Ahmed as your host, WSTX 970 AM. I just want to say good afternoon and Happy New Year to Virgin Islanders all around St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, the BVI, the mainland, and the world, wherever you are as Virgin Islanders. Happy New Year. Wishing you the best for 2026. We had a fantastic St. Croix Christmas festival. It was a good one and good even because, folks, the Children's Parade was definitely much larger than usual, so it is growing. And I do want to say congratulations and applaud those public schools that participated in the Children Parade to add to its participants and its length. But I do want to ask where the parades are concerned, ask the elected officials to please have a heart. Okay? Seriously, have a heart. Be considerate, be respectful of the people who are in the parade. And I'm saying that, folks, because I go to both parades. I was there for the children, I was there for the adults. And I'm saying that because there are many people who only come out for the adults parade. Uh, you know, hopefully that too will be changing. I do think that there were a few more uh, onlookers this year for the children's parade than usual again, but there needs to be even more. After all, it is a holiday. It's not to say you have something else to do other than coming out and really just let the children see that you made the effort to come out and see them after they made the effort to get their outfits and to get their hair done and all the things that they have to do in preparation, and then to spend those hours coming down the road in the hot sun. And this is where I say to the elected officials, show some respect. I, for both days, sat there, but for the children's parade, even, it was late started because, as we were told and understood, the elected official of concern was of importance was late. Okay, well, bad enough that is. But then, when you have elected officials stand for an hour, okay, uh, down in the main area of the reviewing platform in the street with these different interviews, okay, with the parade right there, because the parade was right there, okay, the start of the parade. Waiting so long that one of the cars carrying royalty overheated and had to be pushed to the end, okay, which is unnecessary. It is unnecessary, it's uncalled for. The interviews can take place any time when there is a break in the parade, uh, and that happens. It happens with both parades at the, circumstances, whatever it is. I don't know that what causes, but there's always a gap, some longer than others, but there's always a gap in which you can, yes, fill it in with interviews. But to have people standing in the street being interviewed and they then given speech should look like, because if you're going to be there for that an hour, that's the speech, while the parade participants are waiting right there in the hot sun. I'm telling you, the beginning of the parade was right there at Bodo Park, waiting for the elected officials to get over with their introduction, their opening. Yes, you open it with the Grand Marshal or whatever, but it doesn't have to take a whole blasted hour. That's really, as I see it, giving no consideration to the participants who are sitting waiting to be seen to perform. So I've said that piece, and I hope that because both are to blame, the elected officials and the media, okay? Because as I said, the media can have these interviews done when there's a gap in the parade to fill the gap. Okay? And let's make sure we understand these interviews that are done. There are, yes, the live situation. You at home who choose not to come out, you're getting the benefit of the information. Those of us who took the time to go out to actually see the parade and let the participants see that we respect their participation, we don't hear anything because it's not an interview that is broadcast right there in the street. No, it's live, and so it's only seen on TV, which again is a situation, a problem that I have. And I say that because there is an interviewer who has a microphone that, yes, announces right there in the street that is heard over the amplification right there in the area. But that is not the person that is doing any interviews so, of the elected officials or the people of importance. That person is just simply communicating with the participants, the leadership of the different entries, okay, which is good. But I'm saying, you know, if interviews are so important that they have the parade being held up, okay, and yes, it is being held up for over an hour sometime, well, then let's include the person with the microphone uh, so that we can hear what is being said. Those of us who are in the area, all the people who are there in the Bodo Park area, in the Mitri Commons Park area, and in the different reviewing stands. Put that person with the microphone that is amplified in this area, let their microphone be included. So those of us who are sitting around waiting for the interruption to stop so that we can enjoy the parade, let us at least then hear the comments that are being made that are so important that they delay and interfere and interrupt the process of the parade. Okay? But all in all, it was the children's parade was beautiful. I do want to suggest, please, that royalty or not, the children royalty should not be part of the adult parade. Adult is adult. Okay, it's something that I'm noticing with us more as a people that more and more we're devaluing words. Okay, for some reason, words seem to have no value anymore. But as far as I'm concerned, the more we do that, the more problems we get into, the more well, the more problems really we create. It's an adult parade. It should not have children in it. Okay? The children, the royalty, let them be, yes, in the children parade, and let the adult royalty be in the adult parade on their own, not accompanied by any children. Okay? Yesterday was the best, the baddest, the greatest, the Crucian weekend. Trump, as usual. Congrats and gratitude to the Crucian Region Group, the committee that always prepared the free um, food breakfast. Okay, um, but much more even so. My gratitude and congrats is to TSK. Okay, the Stanley and the 10 sleepless nights, who after all the performance that they do throughout the season, and this is a lot. They still then can come down from Bazin Triangle all the way down the whole of King Street and loop around to go back up Company to the food market, the vegetable market. Okay, um, it's not sure that is no easy feat with that playing because I mean they play, for blocks. I think they took, I believe, maybe one break, and that was when they stopped there in front of the bakery, which was a welcome break because even the trampers wanted to go and get their coffee, get their uh, something to hold them till they get to the breakfast. It was great. And I commend the police who helped with the control of traffic. Okay. And this just traffic people because there were no incidents, none whatsoever that I know of. And I was there for the entire tram from Bazin Triangle all the way to the vegetable market. Those of you who have not had the experience, I say shame on you, and I encourage and say to you, don't miss it next year. And Crucian Weekend 2027, make sure you're there. Whether you're in the VI or elsewhere, plan for it. It happens every January 6th. Now, let me correct that because it happened January 6th this year because of that was the way that things fell. Okay. Well, it'll be the same again in 2027 because 2027, January 6th, falls on a Wednesday. Okay. So I'm sure it will be that Wednesday morning. Right. So plan it from now. Those of you who have to do air travel, you know it will probably most you can I'm pretty sure you can bet that it will be happening on the actual Three Kings Day, which is January 6th. You know what was strange yesterday as I walked around and people were saying to me, Happy New Year, and I would respond, Yes, Happy New Year and Happy Three Kings. And some of them looked at me and I realized that there are those who are still ignorant of some of our official holidays. Yes, and yes, folks know it as a Crucian Rican activity. So there are those of them who don't actually understand and know that it is legally, officially, our Three Kings Day holiday for the Virgin Islands of the United States. So to make that clear, that's what yesterday was. And backing up again back to the parade, I cannot, cannot at all forget to mention and applaud and thank, show all gratitude to the Department of Human Services, Commissioner Arthur George, for again the wonderful hospitality that was shown to the seniors on the senior reviewing stand for both parades, the children parade and the adult parade. Miss Avril George and her staff are very kind, very well, uh, helpful, and very much they cater to the seniors who happen to make it to go to the senior reviewing stand every year and in order to review the parade. And I definitely want to say thank you And I am saying it because, folks, I used to go to the senior reviewing stand, which is there all the time, but it was not all the time serviced by the Department of Human Services. Okay, that began with um, happened with Miss Avril George. There was a time before when it happened, but then there was, as things do happen fall through with this government, when nothing took place until our Commissioner Avril George was appointed to that position. And I was saying that because, as I said, I used to be there um, many times, many years by myself, couple of years with one other senior. There was even time when we had to shelter with our umbrella because there was no covering. There was just the stand. Okay, and there was, a matter of fact, we had to walk with our own chair. I used to take my own chair and make sure I have my umbrella so that to shield myself from the sun and also in case of rain. Okay, so I know what it was before Miss Avril George came there with her staff and started that support from different departments because we did get handouts, things, little gifts from the Department of Tourism, gifts from the Division of Lottery. Okay, and let me say publicly for the Division of Lottery, Chairman Mr. Um, Williams, okay, Raymond Williams. Thank you so much for the bag with all the little items, practical items, people, items that were definitely useful. Okay, and so I say thank you for that. I know I appreciate that those items, even if most no one else lets you know, please, if there's anyone listening, let them to know that Mary Moorhead is publicly saying thank you to Lottery Division, Mr. under the chairmanship of Mr. Raymond Williams for the uh, handout that was given to the seniors at the adult parade. It was well received by me, and I do appreciate all the little practical, useful items that were in that bag. I'm definitely going to make good use of that. Folks, I do anticipate, I do expect, because he said he would come to share some information. He offered to come, Mr. Edward Brown, PhD. He wants to share some information concerning the situation with Greenland. You know, he has the research on that situation, so he wants to share some information, some enlightenment, and he indicated he would be here at 1 o'clock today to be able to do that. And I want to, ahead of time, since I'm announcing, let you know that next week, um, Mr. Oakland Benta has agreed to come and share some information that he has concerning the territory and the Caribbean. So next week, my guest will be Mr. Oakland Benta, bringing us up to date on information concerning the territory and the Caribbean and the impact of some of the things that are happening with Venezuela and other Caribbean islands that are and will be impacting the territory, Virgin Islands of the United States. Now, folks, I want to ask, okay, that any and all people, whether you vote now, whether you're a registered voter, and you vote every year, or if you're not even a registered voter, I'm hoping that you will become a registered voter. Uh, if nothing else, to be encouraged to do that by the information I'm about to share, which is you've heard me talk about a legislation to have paper ballots be a choice, an official choice for voting in the November election. Right? Paper ballots are available, but there was is a situation in where the legislation neglected the law, neglected to indicate as to how the votes of those paper ballots should be handled. So that is going to be taken care of in what is being called Bill 3601887. Oh, and before I forget anymore, yes, folks, calls are welcome. The number is 340-773-0390 and 340-773-0490. Okay, so calls are welcome anytime. But Friday, January 23rd, okay? Friday, January 23rd at 9 a.m., the Senate Committee on Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection has on its agenda Bill 3601887, sponsored by Senator Frankie Johnson. And this bill will give the voters choice to vote on paper ballots. And those paper ballots, the votes on those paper ballots, sorry, I'm jumping the gun a little bit. They will vote on paper ballots. And those paper ballots will be inserted into a ballot box. Okay? Not the DS200. They will be inserted into a ballot box, and at the close of election, on election night, the votes of those paper ballots will be manually counted right there at the voting center, with full transparency and accountability under the view of any poll watchers who are certified to be poll watchers in the center. Okay? So those of you who, like me, always voted on paper ballots, but always wanted your paper ballots to be free of any type of machine, please, this is your opportunity to take a stand by showing up on Friday, January 23rd in the Legislative Hall in St. Croix or in St. Thomas, depending on what island you're on. It does not. You can go in St. Croix, you can go in St. Thomas on January 23rd to sit in the Legislative Hall so that the senators of the 20, sorry, this is with me and these numbers, so that the senators of the 36th legislature, particularly at that day, the Senate Committee on Operations, will see that the people of the Virgin Islands want the choice, so that they will then therefore vote in the affirmative for 3601887. So I'm asking, okay, whether you vote now, whether you're registered now, it matters not. What matters is that you want to make sure that the choice so that you can vote on a paper ballot that will not touch a machine. You support this choice, then be in the place on Friday, January 23rd at the legislature, either on St. Croix or St. Thomas. And let me make sure it is clear and understood. This is in no way stopping those who prefer to use machine. The machine is still a way of voting for those of you who want to use a machine. All we're asking, as is totally constitutionally acceptable, is that we're asking for freedom to choose. Those of us who don't want to be a machine, that we can choose the paper ballot that will not touch a machine. A. And while we're talking about voting, folks, I want to make sure to highlight, okay, highlight the fact that when it comes time for election, first of all, before I get to the election part, let's make sure it is clear that right now, today, those who know someone, okay, who you feel would be a good candidate, okay, for any one of the positions that will be on the ballot this November. Okay? This is, yes, an election year, and all the positions will be on the ballot, beginning with the federal position for delegate to Congress, followed by our chief position in the VI, which is the position for governor with a lieutenant governor. And then by district, the positions of 7 senators in St. Croix and 7 senators from St. Thomas, St. John, with the one at large who must be a resident of St. John. And then also, please, I'm asking this year, okay? And I'm saying this year because the records, the data will show that for decades now, for quite some time, those who vote have been ignoring the two very important ballots. That is the ballot of the Board of Election and the ballot of the Board of Education. The data shows that people will vote for the delegate, vote for governor, vote for senators, and then more than half of those who vote for those positions do not vote for the boards of election and the boards of education. That is wrong, folks. This year, I'm asking make sure you vote for every single position. As a matter of fact, you don't have to. You don't have to select 7 people for senators. No. If you don't feel, well, you don't feel that you can support 7 choices, then simply select the ones that you feel definitely strong that and supportive that you can defend and stand up for at any time. Whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the number, stick with those that you believe in, that you definitely feel are ready to accept the duties and responsibility of being a senator. If everyone just follow that process, okay? You vote for your three, I vote maybe for my two, somebody else vote for their four, then we should have a better chance of ending up with a proper seven, okay? Because we're voting our mind and soul. We're not just going by our feelings. No, we're going because we know and we will take a position for the selection that we make. But then continue, as I said, because there are eh, two positions available for Board of Education in St. Croix, two positions, and then there are three positions available for the Board of Elections in St. Croix. So please make sure that you continue and vote for those positions. Select someone, okay? Select someone, and folks, if you don't want to keep doing the same thing that has been done for the past several years, then give somebody new a chance. Right? But all I'm saying is vote the whole ballot. Vote for the position of delegate to Congress. Vote for the position of governor and lieutenant governor. Vote for how many you feel strongly about for the position of senators, and vote for the Board of Election and the Board of Education. Okay? It is definitely important that you do the full ballot. Okay? The full ballot. Don't skip. Don't skip and leave those boards empty, right? So I just want to make sure that you understand that. Also, I have one comment to make before we get into our guest, and that is there's a discussion because the news is saying that the Department of Property and Procurement has made a selection of the vendor, um, the contractor, sorry, not vendor, the contractor, whoever it is, to do the gubernatorial, the documentary for Governor Albert Bryan. This is the position of Mary Moorhead. Right? Precedent has been set with the past governors, several of them. I don't even know what the count is, but there are several past governors whose documentaries exist presently and are shown at different times on WTJX. That's the precedent. The WTJX, which is the government established, supported media headquarters, is who creates the documentaries for the governor. The fact that Albert Bryan Jr. directed P&P to do a RFP doesn't make it right. Okay? And I am definitely upset, ashamed, and really calling on the legislature, which I did previously before when there was the first mention about this documentary. I sent an email asking the senators to hold this whole thing, to do their oversight and get some accountability because it's not right that my tax money, your tax, hello, I pay taxes, I don't get tax refund, is used to big up Albert Bryan Jr. because his story is nothing unique. Okay? Those of you who do research, do the research. Okay? We are a people who are descendants of African who were enslaved in chattel slavery. Okay? So none of us came from any well to do background. So I don't know what it is all about with that. But Brian talking about his story is something the children need to know. The children need to know the story of all of the elected officials, which they get by the documentaries that were done by WTJX. His story is nothing unique. Okay?
Hmm.
Charles Turnbull, Kenneth Mapp, okay, Cyril King, they didn't come from high class, well to do households. So, what's the difference, Brian? We all, as I said, are descendants of Africans who were enslaved, and we've all done best we can to tell you the truth. We need to do better. And he have all bragging about his story. Yes, you know what's unique about his story? How he put the VI back on his knees. Mary Moorhead talking, nothing to do with California. Okay, back on his, particularly St. Croix. And who want to argue that? Come St. Croix. Let me show you the places that went backward, starting with my tongue, as Frederick said. But I will leave that way then now, because my guest is here. Don't want to be rude. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Welcome.
Yeah, wow. Good afternoon, Ms. Moorhead. It's always a pleasure on the listening audience. Your rating's gonna be off the charts today. Every time I come, your ratings should just people will just be like, "What, Dr. Brown said, let's go." But what's going on? And I'm certain with what has happened over the last couple of days. Like I said, it would because you got people in the territory believe, Ms. Moorhead, I know you're gonna be shocked. I don't just talk. That I don't have the influence that they don't tell people that, and which is fine. But you know, I don't tell this is going to happen, and everyone sees it happen. So the last time I was on with you, that's why I'm back to show people I was saying these things, and it did come to pass. The first one we talked about, which we're not going to talk too deep about, was Nigeria and whether there would be a bombing in Nigeria. There was, just like I said. The second one was Venezuela. I told you, look and see in the new year, it's not going to take long, but Mr. Maduro is not going to be in Venezuela as the president. He's going to be in New York in a prison or jail cell. And he is he not, Miss Moorhead?
Yes, he is.
He is.
He and his wife.
He and his wife, who looks like she is having some, on a serious note, some serious medical issues. Apparently, she hit her head when the Delta Force and SEALs and these folks came, and she did not look well at all during that. That the charge is being brought against us. So her attorney said yesterday he's going to ask for a full medical evaluation, I assume psychological as well, to make sure she can even stand trial. The U.S. is so maybe the U.S. reported that, so maybe maybe there's a way out for her, if you understand what I'm saying, Miss Moorhead.
Well, it is always when you're charged with something, wherever you could use to ease,
Listen,
you jump on it.
listen. Unlike some of our people who like to go to court and fight and act big and bad and I vindicated all of that, and then you're looking at 20, 30 years in prison. Some people learn that, hey, I am not able to stand trial. I'm having some medical problems. And I'll leave it at that. And then, of course, the last one, which is really, wow, every minute, every day, all the time now, is Greenland. Just like we had talked about in July, and folks may have wondered why we're speaking about Greenland. I don't think, Ms. Moorhead, there's anyone on the planet, certainly in the Virgin Islands, who doesn't understand now, because everybody's talking about the treaty. That is our treaty, and there's dead silence from us. I mean, People talking about you, and you're not at least saying anything. I mean, am I confused here, or will say something?
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
why you don't be specific? The us that should be here, we should be hearing from first and foremost is the person they call delegate to Congress,
Very, very, very specific.
who does,
Correct.
who does be quick to say, I am not involved in local issues. What they say local?
This is global.
Exactly.
Very
Definitely
seriously
right
global.
in her notebook. So what is the problem? Crickets.
I mean, we
why
had
is
talked
the
about
cricket?
it in July, and folks may have talked said that, oh, you guys are speculating. There's no speculation here. Now, the next person they will say will be the governor, but that's not. I mean, the person for the representative for the people of this territory in Congress is Delegate Stacey E. Plaskett. That is a fact. Now, the governor could say something if he's asked, but I'm not sure what he would say. I'm not sure, and it's not an insult to him if he's
No,
competent
no,
to explain the history, but he don't have to
no.
do. He could just say we are looking out for the rights of our people.
As I said, yeah, as you said, yeah, he can say something, but really the one whose responsibility it is our delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett. And you know what she put out yesterday?
What?
Congresswoman Plaskett marks fifth anniversary of January 6th
That-
attack on democracy. That's how focused.
Wow. You see, I mean, on Saturday, Jamila, was mentioning someone who's on this station, this very issue about the priorities. The world is talking about the Virgin Islands. We have a treaty and a president who last night said, I will go to war over Greenland. Military action is clearly on the table. I am not worried about Denmark. That's done. The US official policy is to acquire Greenland. It is going to happen. It is only a matter of how it happens and the ramification for this territory. If you acquire Greenland, aside from God, what may happen to the Inuit people, are you going to give them all the rights and privileges that we don't have? Because if you're going to have them, you have to incorporate, and I'm certain the US will incorporate Greenland, however that looks. So where do we stand? I mean, this is real. Where do we stand? And with our treaty and the fact, Ms. Moore, the treaty is very clear. We're supposed to call it the Lansing Declaration, Treaty Series 629, that the U.S. gives up all. I'm not going to go through the history. I've done that
Any
before.
and all interference with Greenland, it is definitely Denmark. Basic bottom line, that's the treaty.
That's it.
Okay.
It's us.
Yeah.
So we have to say something, whether we want to or not. And speaking up, that's what I don't get this. Speaking up for yourself and your people, what is wrong with that? That's our right. That's their right in Greenland. Do you think, Ms. Moore, you know what scared me? I've mentioned to you, I've gone to the delegate, like for years, Delegate Christensen started helping me in 2012 with this very issue. Everybody know I've been talking about Greenland for years. This is nothing new. And she started to help me, and then she ran for governor. She didn't win, and she's no longer the delegate. Delegate Plaskett started to help me at first, and then, of course, we know something happened around 2016 or so. And since then, she has not responded to help. The office of the delegate, which I have gone to, I have the signatures from the people in her office, have refused to help me. So you know me, like I said, whether with her or without her or anyone else in this territory, things are going to happen. And I said that the last time with you. And everyone now sees it's happening, just as I said. Wow. So I don't know, Ms. Moorhead, if folks think it's a joke. This is not a joke.
Mr. Brown, to be again more specific, since you were not, Delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, I guess around 2016, that's the date you put, her focus became Stacey Plaskett, not the Virgin Islands of the United States. Okay, so that's why she took the position of dealing with national issues that really had no relation to us. I mean, to become a manager of the impeachment of uh, Trump, what was that to do for the VI?
Well,
Especially, why are you a manager when you can't even vote?
well, and these are questions, Ms. Moore, that you're asking as a people with sophistication and understanding. Because it's not about her. People sometimes hear things and feel it's about I don't like her or people don't. We're grown adults. It's about not about liking people. You ran for an office. You got elected to that office. You're serving a people in that office. And right now we have a global issue. No one can dispute what I'm saying. It is a global issue involving us, the Virgin Islands, and there is no remarks on that. How can that be?
And I am simply
That's not
pointing out,
acceptable.
and really, I was not asking being rhetorical because I see it obviously that all the past years, this past term, specifically, all the delegates to Congress have been doing is focusing on herself. Okay,
Well, I think
going to Barbados to do what? What does that have to do with us? Eh, Because again, and people, you see, I have a problem when we have elected officials, particularly, who are knowledgeable, but do things taking advantage of the ignorance
of the
people.
yeah,
I have a serious problem with that
that's not
because
right.
I see that as deliberate deceit.
Because we see that now. Everybody's talking about it here, right? everybody, folks, I ain't gonna say if you know if you see, but you're seeing that. I mean, I done break on holiday break, Christmas, great Kwanzaa, all that wonderful stuff, right? And I've been busy the whole time. My wife is like, "What you working more than you there at school? What happened?" Even this morning, Denmark people in Denmark, Greenland, tell Trump to. I say I can't tell. I don't know President Trump. Let me say this to the listening audience once again. I do not know President Donald Trump. I do not know Pete Hegseth. I do not know Stephen Miller. I do not know Marco Rubio. I did go to DC a couple years back and I did speak with individuals from Mr. Rubio's office on several matters. That is true. But I have never met the Secretary of State, and I made it clear my position to them on how I felt about certain issues as it relates to the Virgin Islands and Greenland, and those positions were heard. I met with, when I was there, several US senators and other things as well, in my right as a private citizen, not my right as representing the government of the Virgin Islands or the VI Republican Party. That have nothing to do with the Republican Party of the Virgin Islands. So I hope that clears it up. I do have friends who know them, and there are people here who know those people, but I have never met them, Ms. Morehead.
I just want to, for the audience, listening audience, say, to add to the comment I made just a while ago about the fact about taking advantage of the people's ignorance, because, folks, it must be, and stick this in your head and don't forget it. The Virgin Islands of the United States cannot have any negotiation, deal, agreement, or whatever with any place that is not under a U.S. flag, right around
this is accurate. That is done through the State Department. So, and Congress, the White House, that's the entity.
So when the delegate to Congress says class can talk about going to Barbados to do whatever, when our good Governor Albert Bryan Jr. talk about going to Ghana to do whatever, they can't do a damn thing because they have not interacted with the Department of Interior, which is our overseer.
That's correct.
And the choice of word is deliberate. Okay. Because they have to get permission
from the U.S. government
to do anything with anybody who is not U.S. Okay. So when Albert Bryan Jr., for instance, went to Ghana talking about how what he was planning to do. Not a damn thing he ain't doing. Because he has not, at least he didn't say that he hadn't had any conversation with the Department of Interior.
Right. Which by law that's the agency. I mean, or the State Department with Mr. Rubio. But you're correct that in law, that the Secretary of the Interior is who the governor reports to. That is by law.
And I want people to please, if you don't remember anything, remember that. Because there are so many people who play on the ignorance of that, particularly when they come, particularly to position of delegate to Congress. And well, this is the first time I see a governor use it to the extent that our present governor had.
Yeah, I mean, folks are questioning and asking. I think the governor mentioned there may be some additional collaboration in tourism. But I'm, I don't know everything about what was done in that trip. I know that there's discussion about the Diaspora Link Act, which is that submarine cable from Virginia to St. Croix to Ghana and Nigeria. I was questioning if the bombing in Nigeria would have impacted anything along that, but that's not going to happen. So Nigeria and Ghana, and so I know Mr. Biggs was there with him and some of the other people there with him. But you are correct in your statement that any kind sort of negotiation or anything like that on that type of level will have to be approved by multiple agencies, to be honest, and Congress, the Secretary, and others.
He took the officials that were necessary to be included to make the trip look credible.
That's how you feel?
That's what I know.
Okay. My wife gonna like that how you said. That's what I know. That's it. I can't dispute you telling me.
There was no qualm about it because hello, his money paying. This is our tax money. So it mattered not as to how many people he took or didn't take. But he took who he needed to be present on the trip to sound credible to the ignorant or less educated, less informed constituents or residents of the Virgin Islands.
So my question,
because there are many people, I have met people educated who really believe something going to happen.
They do?
Yeah. And Mr. Brown, I don't even waste my energy to have that discussion. I don't leave it alone.
I agree.
Because how can you change or convince anyone if you don't know the basic, understand the basic that we just said? Interior run thing, and if Interior didn't give you permission, you can't do a blasting thing.
Interior, State Department, Congress, right? You mean you have such a long list that that's what when you're a colony, that's what we are.
Exactly.
I don't be shocked when people you said I want and they get vexed. I'm like, what are you getting vexed for? I'm speaking the truth. No, we're a territory. Do you know the treaty series 6 to 9? Do you know our current political status? We're a colony. Did Stephen Miller say that the night before? What gives Denmark the right to claim Greenland as their colony?
Yep.
That's what the man said. That's what we are. We are a colony.
And folks,
I mean,
this type of understanding has to be made clear every possible time from now till November. You know why? It's another thing that irks me, that we have people who become candidates for different positions and again say stupidness about what they're going to do based on the ignorance of the people that they're campaigning to. Because let's admit it, folks, you didn't learn a blasted thing in public school about how the VI government operates. Okay? Very few. And it is only those who were students who on their own did extra search to even understand the three branches of government.
Right.
Okay? And folks, Hello, don't take it sideways now and act like you're all offended. Okay? We just talking
Facts.
truth here.
These are facts. Why do people get in the feeling to hear facts? This is not a
Okay.
game. These are facts. This is we on the
And
news.
Mr. Brown, I say that because I sure got somebody listening that getting all offended, you know.
But why would they get? I mean,
Because they are ignorant, really. And then they've been listening and believing the misleaders.
but and this is why we, you know, aside folks, why I came to week, Miss Mohan and I, we've been talking about elections and the whole ability to vote, and I felt like, you know what, and this is my time. Let me say that first, because people, it's like they have an addiction when I down. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I got calls. Don't do that, people. I don't know if people do that. They're not gonna get in trouble. They're not gonna do me anything because I don't give my time.
They ain't no public school open tomorrow.
Yeah, the school open, but
tomorrow.
but I think we were supposed to report, and I did report, and I did my. I think we got to explain it, but just so people don't, you know, go on, cause we don't go on sensitive for things.
No. Let me explain something.
Yes,
I've been in the rep council and the AFT for the.
Thank you, go ahead. Go ahead.
It is not a school day if children aren't there.
Thank you.
So if they tell you that why you come to that is so from stupidness that it doesn't count as a school day.
Right.
All
Thank you, Miss Mohan.
Let me keep going.
Yeah, we keep going.
Go ahead.
It's a, you see, and this is why. Well, let me say Venezuela. We already spoke about Denmark. That's not going to stop, folks. I hope, and I say this right now because for people listening, I have no problem with nobody. Let me say this, Miss Moorhead. I come here with you. I there with my good friend, Mr. Abdul. And then almost everybody calls me to talk. I'm a grown man. I know what's coming. I tell the people at the Virginals, this is what's going to happen because I know. What Shirley Chisholm said, Miss Moorhead, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. The only piece that's missing from that, you got to be in the room. You could have the folding chair. You could have the table outside too, but you're not in the room. My copyrights give me that opportunity. I am protected by the U.S. Constitution with my copyrights. Those are legal documents. I don't have to share them with the delegate, the governor, the senator, even my wife. I will always be in the room when they are sleeping. You can ask the governor. I up writing. I up sending documents to wherever to get legal justification. I have like 16. I will always be in the room, so I know what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, the delegate knows how to find me. But no, she ain't gonna look me. But that's clearly I send you to tell you what's going on, and you're not responding. But even her, the guy who looks out for her, the guy who protected her when they were going to do it, for folks who don't know, and he when they asked him, did you make a deal to protect Stacey Plaskett? He doesn't say no. He comes up with some other, Hakeem Jeffries, he come up with some other language to justify whatever deal that they made in Congress. And they've been asking him from November till today, to now, about her situation. And have you spoken to her? I haven't had any conversations with her. Her guy, in the sense of her leadership, said yes to the thing this morning. I take Donald Trump serious when he talks about Greenland. I don't think he's playing. All of us in Congress are taking him serious, even Democrats and Republicans. The issue is our issue. Our meaning the Virgin Islands. Her people know how to find me. I'm not going to gripe, but Dr. Brown, can you come down and explain to me what's going on? Please. I know I didn't respond to you. I know you're a big man, whatever. I'm a big man. I'm not, what am I going to call a grudge?
I would want to think that I think Jeffries is hoping that she don't return.
But remember the last time I told you, the issue with Denmark and Greenland is going to go up while her political future gets dimmer and dimmer. I said that the last time, people heard me, but they didn't understand what I was saying. But now all of you see what I'm saying. She doesn't have the political, they don't even ask her to be on TV or nothing anymore.
And let's make sure we understand those people. While we're saying that she's not dealing with the issue, you have a long list, I seemingly, of aspirants.
Yes.
Okay. Folks, check their knowledge of the history,
Yes,
in addition to their understanding of the role of delegate.
right.
Because I am hearing them already talking stupidness.
You should put a disclaimer, Miss Moorhead, with that.
I will definitely.
Okay, so because
this
people-
is Mary Moorhead speaking, nothing to do with
No.
Caledonia
But that,
communication.
and the person who you has, and you have a, okay, you have a person who is, you are saying, or you want me to say?
Go ahead.
Okay, so it has been, I see he's out there, Mr. Moorhead, who is your, tell me from your nephew, a family member, correct? That just said this, that he apparently is running as well. And he's been talking about these issues as well.
And I didn't, because my thing is, until you publicly say something,
Like
okay,
official, like with the Board of
exactly.
Election. Okay,
I consider everything rumor.
okay.
Eh? And that is why I did say that, because
You want to be official.
exactly, I have not seen anything official. We have even yesterday that there was someone there with T-shirt,
Mhm.
okay, but really it just have the name and it does not have the position, even though the rumor
This is-
that, again, this is one of the names on the list.
Yes,
But I'm just saying to the listening audience,
and you're correct.
do some research. Okay?
We
Do
really
some
need to. We
research
really need to.
to make sure that you consider the right person. Well, naturally, you know the way I talk in anyway. I ain't putting Mr. Boy in it, but the way I talk in, as far as I can, so Stacy is not on the list for delegate to Congress, even
But-
if she's available. Hello, and I'm saying that because
Very
the
good.
rumor is she is looking to go for
Yes.
a higher position.
There people come to me and ask me, tell me that I didn't ask them. They've come to me and said that she's running, and whatever issue I may have, they still want. I listen to everybody. If you're gonna run, you're gonna run. Like, what are you gonna do? Not listen to your campaign? That'll be childish. This is serious times. But
All I'm saying is, even if that rumor isn't true and she is going to be for re-election, as far as Mary Moorhead is concerned, she ain't on the list.
okay,
Okay? Not when you don't spend the past 2 terms dealing with national issues
for you.
that have nothing to do with my
That's how you
issue.
feel.
Exactly.
Well, as I
Okay.
mentioned,
We have the SSI, we have the post office situation, we still have issues that come under her office responsibility that haven't been dealt with.
okay.
How she meet it is how she will leave it.
Would you allow her? I know you don't tell me one person can't come on your show, but if she asks to come on your show and present her position, would you have her on?
Oh,
Oh, Jesus. No, that's a no, right? That's for what? Oh boy.
folks, let me
I
put it
asked.
this
I
way.
asked.
It's not a matter of being prejudiced, it's not a matter of being unfair, it's a matter of, if I personally
Hmm.
don't see that the lady had done anything for the position of delegate to Congress, why would I entertain
Okay.
her publicly
Okay.
when I don't see that she is even a candidate to consider?
You're not a okay.
Oh,
That's
no.
why I asked.
I say yes.
You're
I'm not
not
I'm not going to be hypocritical, not to that extent. Definitely not. There's no question where I personally is concerned that she qualifies. She has the past 2 terms. Okay, I'm saying, which is 4 years. She has been dealing with national that has nothing to do with our territory. Okay. I'm sure she had a choice that she didn't have to be a manager with impeachment.
That is true. Everybody make choices.
Okay. And folks, a situation like that is going to put you in the crosshairs
Which it is now.
of somebody who is very important, why would you accept that position coming from a small territory that depends on everything congressional?
The last, folks may not know, the president himself, and I've seen it, he said it publicly, go ask her and Hakeem Jeffries about their relationship with Epstein. Mr. Jeffries had said, I don't have a relationship. I don't have any relationship. And they've asked him about, well, what's Stacey? And he said, ask her. He has nothing to say about that. He has none, and he keeps mentioning me and her, and I'm not involved in that. That's her. So that's the president now, President Trump, who we all know is President Trump.
Mhm.
So this is real, and I'm not lying. It's public. It's out there in the media. It's right there. You could go look it up. He calls her name every time now with Epstein and everything. So that's why I said the last time about running for governor. How do you get the donors to give you money? And not just for anyone, when you have that level of scandal, not on you, but just coming at you. And a president of the nation is always talking about you in that sense. How do you get individuals to give you money and feel comfortable that if I give you money today, I'm not going to end up tomorrow and the front page, blah, 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 gave whoever money, and this is that. They don't do that. Donors don't go for that. And if you can't get $750,000 to $1 million, then here even now for saying you're not going to be in the game. So that's the first way I said. Well, I say things, Ms. Moorhead, and I can back up what I say, not from any personal, but from political and just knowledge of the system. And so, yes, delegate, I heard Jamila talk again that she may try to go back and run for delegate, as you just mentioned. I know she knows, and she may very well win. She knows that structure. She knows how much she has to raise. But again, these questions that you are asking and others are asking and saying, why you're not saying anything? Why you about all these things? She has to answer those things.
Let me put one more thing in there, because Governor Albert Bryan Jr. himself clearly said that she did not even help in acquiring the 1325.
Yeah, they have issues.
He plainly said it was a Republican senator that helped him to get that done. So if your own governor telling you the woman ain't doing her work, are you going to still vote for her?
He supporting anybody?
Well, I don't know who he supported, but he clearly said that the woman did not perform.
I mean, I say this because, again, this is political. He talked about her, and of course, he had some issues with his own lieutenant governor, who people are saying is running. I heard with, and again, another show with Norvell Francis. Is he? But he said he wasn't happy with his own lieutenant governor. But if his lieutenant governor wins, that solidifies his legacy in regards to, in essence, I won twice and now my lieutenant governor, so the people support. But he may sit it out. I know Governor Bryan might like, you offend me? I don't care. You ain't stand with me. You're not like the Cubans. The Cubans went out with Maduro. Let's get to Venezuela and how it relates to. They went out with Maduro. Good Cubans, bad Cubans, boy. If I was the president of Maduro, I would be calling Ms. Rodriguez, regardless of my economic, I would tear into her. I would tear into you, and you're going to listen to me. My people got killed. You have billions of dollars in military equipment. Your lights went out in Caracas. Your air defense systems went down. These people put hundreds of planes in the sky, had 200 operators, Delta Force, that will kill you. Kill you. You point a gun at these guys, they will kill you, no matter who you are. They killed maybe 80 to 100, but they killed 32. At least Cuba has acknowledged 32 of their people who defended him. And his own people just allowed it to happen. How do you allow my people to get killed like that? The Chinese, they said, that's why they talk to tell people, stop listening to nonsense. This is the problem. China is a legitimate superpower. Economic, military, yes, they have the infrastructure. But the Chinese have an issue that even the North Koreans have overcome. They have not fought any kind of real physical engagement from the 1970s. Their young people don't know military combat. I'm not a military personnel, but I know history. I know military history. They have not fought in any military combat. They were there. They had met Chinese individuals there, and what has been reported in the media. And Delta went in and tell them close the door. and they closed the door.
Well,
So,
it,
Miss
it,
Moorhead,
it looks to me like, as far as I'm concerned, the lady who is now the acting president, she saw an opportunity,
of course.
and she just took the, well, I don't know, I am not in charge, I don't know what's going, and just waited her turn, and now she's
But then
in
what you will
charge.
do, Miss Moorhead?
Definitely,
You
definitely.
you get the
And
presidency.
now she's in charge. And really, I don't care what Trump is saying. I'm waiting to see how he thinks he's going to deal with this woman.
Well, she's smart. She
Very
remember
much.
she was the secretary. I guess the secretary
Very,
dealt with
very
oil.
much. And the point
She's
is,
very smart.
she knows everything. There's
Everything.
nothing she has to learn.
Right.
She's been quite involved all along with Maduro. So she knows everything,
Right.
and she knows everyone.
She knows all the secrets.
Exactly.
And she stayed loyal to Chavez and
Yeah.
Maduro because after he got captured and he left, she said, you know, he will always be, I guess, in her heart, the president. And then she went in and got signed in as president.
And as far as I'm seeing, the only way that Trump is going to get to that oil is he will have to go back to get her and the others.
You see the other lady, Miss I forget her name, but who won the Nobel Peace Prize?
Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, she's very upset because she's like, you know, we need to have elections now. But she gave the critics of her the gold on the platter, because she went and said, I would give my Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. Trump didn't ask you for that.
Hey, he did say it.
Huh?
He did say it.
That he wanted back from her.
Trump said that he had expected her when they offered that she would have said, well, I think that Trump should have it.
Yes, but that was then, Miss Moorhead. That's not no. He don't tell you that you're not going to be, and you think that's gonna make a difference.
Well, when
Come
Trump
on.
wants something, time doesn't make a difference. You know?
But that's why they tell everybody.
He wants it. He still wants it.
So then now this gets to us, which is what we're here for, the Virgin Islands. Now, as you saw today, Miss Moorhead, the president has announced that 30 to 50 million barrels of oil is going to be available, which is about over $2 billion that the Congress, when he says he don't talk like we don't do in a lot of ways. That New York slang. I'm not insulting anyone. He just talks the way like I run the show, and he talk like how I don't talk, and others like, yeah. If you're in a relationship with someone and you have control of the finances, everything you have, everything. Who's really in control? It's not the person with the money.
Yeah.
Yes, and even in a relationship, that's how he speaks. But he can't run it. Congress can do subpoenas, bring in the Treasury Secretary, all of that, which will happen, and say, we need to explain this about you holding on to that $2 billion. It's not you, it's the US government. So with that in mind, on Friday, the president is supposed to meet with all the top executives from Chevron and Exxon and other major oil companies, independent companies, and stuff like that. You're smiling. You don't know. I don't know you're gonna tell me. I don't know you're not talking, but I ain't gonna say nothing. So we're 600 miles from Venezuela. I'm not speaking about the oil refinery. I have no knowledge of anything with the oil refinery and its leadership, but I'm just saying a fact. We're very close, and we have a shuttered oil refinery, and things may or may not happen on that front. And I say that to say that we as a people, you know, have been talking about that refinery for a while, and we certainly will if there are any movement on that. And if you have said you're not for it, you've made that clear, Ms. Moore, because of the environmental issues, and you have been hurt by Lime Tree, correct? Not Port Hamilton, Lime Tree. And right now, I guess you guys still in court after all this time trying to go through all of these motions or whatever. And so there are a lot of people in on St. Croix that will, if that was to happen, there's some discussion, will not be in favor of it. That's just the reality, and we will discuss that, down the road.
In addition to that, common sense, for those of you listening, should tell you that how many years now has the refinery been closed?
Been closed quite a while. 2021?
I think that's I think 2021,
something like that. I could look it up.
or was it earlier than that?
I look it up. Which one you think with Lime
No,
Tree?
it was earlier than that. 'cause
With Lime Tree or Hovenza?
Lime Tree with Hovenza.
2012.
I'm talking about with the production.
It closed in
Okay,
2012, and I look for,
okay,
for
20
somebody could
That
call.
would be the date to refer to,
Uh-huh.
because the point is these equipment, let's put it that way, have not been functioning for 10, 15 years. Okay? And these equipment are, how far is this from the Saltwater?
Very close.
Right on the edge.
Correct.
Okay?
That is fact.
Now, we as Caribbean people know what salt does, the salt here does to equipment. Regardless of what they're made of, we know what they can do. A matter of fact, we had to close down a school because of that. Folks, let's make sure you understand that Elena Christian in Princess, okay, the salt air destruction was a big contributor to the reason why that school was finally shuttered. Okay, so here it is, you're talking quite expensive, high, what would you call it, high, whatever,
Mhm.
operating equipment that you're talking of, that you're going just want to, what, take a shamu cloth and wipe off
Hmm.
and start up? Really? And let's make sure we understand that from the beginning, there has not been existing what is called the safe barrier. That isn't there exactly the term, but I can't remember it. The term that they use, which is basically what it means, and it exists right now. That's what the joint established with WAPA, that there's supposed to be a designated amount of distance between the plant and people, that in order, if there is an emergency, such as an explosion or whatever, that it would not affect nearby residents. That was never established with Hess. This is why it was being considered to close off what we call the Hess Road
Mhm.
and put another road that went really north of the that's not Fig Tree, I forget the Oak, I think it's Oak, and I'm referring to the residential section of the refinery
Uh-huh.
that they established, where then would put us, right now it would put us probably north of what is now being developed as VI Vote.
Okay.
Them people that have them yellow vehicles, and they got
Yeah.
VI, yeah, and they're building a thing up on the hill there across from the refinery.
Okay.
So in order to have the established safe zone established. Now, people, let me point something out to you. Safe zone or not, if there happened to be, as there was with Lime Tree, that oil spray, if there happened to be any kind of situation, whether it be fire, explosion, or whatever at that refinery, okay, everything going west in the ear. And what the west of the refinery? The whole of Frederiksted. So all of you out there who want to think that the opening of a refinery going to bring you plenty money because it does pay big salary. Okay? Talk to some of them women who don't bury their husband because of the cancer, wherever they develop from being in the refinery. Talk to them and ask them how much they enjoyed the salary, because I sure they still had debt after, and I talking debt DEBC, after the actual passing of their husband's companion or whoever the gentleman happened to be.
And Ms. Moore, thank you for that, because there's sides, and that's why I stayed quiet, because your side is important to hear, and the people in Frederick said, and the refinery from 65, we made a lot of mistakes. I don't know why people can't admit that. Whether how we dealt with Mr. Hess, I have the documents, so I could talk. I'm not talking to somebody. I have, and even the U.S. government has said things here. They allowed certain things that should not have happened. I have the documents, so I don't question that, people. I know what the U.S. said should have been done.
And then the turnaround and see if we, not the refinery, but the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. government.
But we're gonna get to that another time. But anyway, but that's why I think we have DPNR. Let me say, and it's 2021. That's when line should close this morning. Okay. I was not happy with that hearing, and I've said so. I think the focus was on economic instead of whether those people were competent to have run the refinery.
That's the focus.
And you can't do that.
And that's what the focus that Albert Bryan Jr. has been talking about every time he talks about the refinery.
You can't do that, because at the end of the day, Line 3 folks were not competent to manage that. We have DOD here, Department of Defense. Those people are here. Some of them may be even listening. We have individuals who manage that facility, and I'm certain they're looking at that, whether or not they can handle that facility, open it up with the proper assistance. They may have collaborations, whatever, but whoever, if it does open, they have to show that they can manage it. And DPNR has to show the individuals within our own local government that they're going to monitor the environmental concerns and the concerns of the people out west and do the things that they're supposed to do, Ms. Moorhead.
And DPNR can't do that because DPNR has yet to install, to even get the monitors to install that are supposed to be independent environmental monitors.
Well, then that's them, right? That's what I'm saying. But the economic benefits, we know that. We know what that's going to bring. We know, and really and truly, you're hearing 30 million to 50. Venezuela has 303 million barrels of oil, or some ridiculous, a billion. I'm not even sure, but it's ridiculous what they have, the largest oil reserve. Mm-hmm. And again, St. Croix is 600 miles or so away from Venezuela. So the idea that may not be discussed, that it will be discussed.
But here it is to point out that Venezuela production has not been shut down as long as or let me say Ovenza been shut down. And the word is that it will take some time in order to bring Venezuela back up to produce the oil. So if they didn't shut down, haven't been shut down as long as Ovenza been shut down, and we're hearing how long it will take them to get up to par. How is it that we think that this refinery could do it faster?
Well, it depends on the investors. Do they have investment with individuals who have the resources to get, the refinery? Remember, even though remember, Ms. Moore, our refinery is still one of the youngest out there. It has a lot of issues in regards to, again, being so close to the sea, but it is still one of the youngest, and the capacity is unbelievable. And it was modified, I guess, or whatever, to deal specifically with that Venezuelan crude. Yeah. Now, we're not the only one that deals with that. You have, refineries in Louisiana and down south, but again, that's a further journey, than St. Croix. So this is something I am not attached to the refinery or anything like that, but
I don't know. Those Louisiana can deal with the crudeness of the.
That's the next thing. Oil. It's
our refinery has been tested, has proven its experience with dealing with the crudeness of Venezuela oil, because that is a problem, but it is very, very dirty.
And people are talking about it, but this is but when we're paying only I don't know why we're still paying the prices we're paying, but I guess that's another issue for the legislature to deal with. But when you're paying, what about they paying up there $2-something for gas? Nobody complaining. Whether you're a billionaire or a poor man, you're paying $2-something. What are you complaining about? And that's what's gonna happen. Where that much $2 30 to 15 million barrels of oil. That's serious. 2 billion that you holding on to, meaning the U.S. That's serious money. That's not Play-Doh. So that is something that, again, we're gonna have to discuss as a people, and it's gonna be intense. I'm certain of it. A lot of people are gonna be at the legislature. There are gonna be some unhappy folks, whatever decisions are made. But we have to do better in that discussion than we did with Line 3. And I'm certain that the people who are in charge of the refinery will present their side of it. So, you know, that's one aspect. But the second one, Ms. Moore, is our safety and security. When Mr. Maduro was in the Southern District Court of New York, he had his pad, he had his pen, his wife was out of it, but he was engaged. It's clear he might use sovereign immunity. I was just reading that they're saying he can't claim immunity. I'm not sure how that works. Some of this is under international law. I'm not an expert on international law, so I can't address that. But Mr. Maduro was well engaged. According to what was reported by a reporter at CNN, which I saw the young lady speaking, she said someone in the room rose up after everything was going on and said, in essence, I'm not quoting her, but in essence, the U.S. can see what happened. And Mr. Maduro, I guess, pointed his finger to the roof and said again that he's the president of Venezuela. I don't know what pointing to the roof may mean. You don't usually get protesters in court or even get access to that. The person, whoever that person is, just like you plan to capture me doesn't mean I wasn't planning for something for you.
I think part of not part, but a major part of the problem is that yes, this charges or whatever against Maduro dates back to I think trying to remember
2020 or something like that.
Which president it was it came under.
I think it was Trump.
Was Trump?
I think it's Trump, when Trump was there, and it just continued.
But the problem is that whatever evidence, whatever
let me look
narrative was developed then,
yes,
is not necessarily being used now. Correct. By these. I don't want to call them incompetent because they are attorneys, but the point is neglectful, I guess I would call them that. And I'm speaking of Bundy and you know, these people that running justice now and you know, the whole legal situation, who are really not competent or capable as they were who was existing under the first Trump with Barr and the others.
Right. They're more loyalists. This group is more loyal.
And that is what is, I believe, going to create the problem in the prosecution of Maduro.
Well, some people have said, I just pulled it up, the indictment of him, because I felt the charges, and it's pretty much accurate. They were the same. Some of them were the same. They would probably have no evidence. But some legal minds were saying that the evidence is very weak. And that just because, and they've given an example, because, like, for example, if something happened in the country involving one of these cartels, for example, he meets with his leadership and have a discussion. Does that mean that he is the leader promoting drug trafficking or being the leader of a drug cartel?
But the evidence wasn't weak when they first made the charges, as in some years back.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. They don't look like they either don't have it or they don't want to refer to what they had under the first Trump, which is what really would probably make the case.
I pulled it up, March 26, 2020. That was the first time they indicted him. United States versus Maduro.
Yeah.
It's right here. I have it right there. You can even get anywhere.
I'm sure they must have the evidence then.
So, you know, they should have the evidence, and he, you know, he has a legal attorney. They look very competent, and I pretty much know he's never going to go back to Venezuela and be president. Let's just say, even if he was to win somehow, that's just not going to happen.
No, son of a woman ain't going to allow that. She's in charge.
What Jimmy Weber said, once a woman in charge, she in charge.
She in charge.
He coming out of that.
Yes.
She could run.
She made a statement to make it look good. Yes, the only president is Maduro. But hey, she don't seriously mean that. Not after she got sworn.
She got power, you know. She could tell them generals all are, listen, Uncle, say, you see what they do to he, right? They're going to do that to you. You better listen to me. That woman got power,
Yeah.
real power, like over her. And that's why you don't just go in and change everything, like Afghanistan and Libya, and you don't do that. You have to keep the people there who got bread on the table for themselves and their family. You're letting them know things are always gonna be this way, but you don't just kick them out the door. You got to sustain a society. So, we have to look at ourselves. What happened at the airport has been a big problem with the airspace for the Caribbean. The fact what happened on Saturday and people couldn't move. I saw Miss Motley as a leader, and Governor Brand. People have criticized him of late for being not serious about this. Even he's done some events, and he brings up the military presence and the amount of money, and he's making it as a joke. But people in his audience and his own people, they're not laughing.
Because he always is just concerned about money.
And
so he feels that we the people, as long as we know there's money, we satisfied. So he uses money as the solution to everything. So that's why he's saying we have these people here, but they're contributing to our economy.
Right, correct.
And I've heard the repeat on the talk shows. I've heard the people who say, business is good.
Business is very good.
They're buying beer, they're buying this.
They drink a lot.
Yeah.
They're supporting, Frederick said, you see, they walk miles and miles to get some money, and they have to have their fun.
Yeah.
But, and I kind of understand and even, defended the fact that, and he's right, up until Saturday, he's been right that people are upset, but nothing has happened. They're just here to relax. That's what I've been told. And there's no military or law enforcement action in a foreign country, namely Venezuela, for me to say anything. But that has changed now. And our airspace, like the rest of got shut down. So you have to plan, as Mia Motley said, because these things are going to happen. The president said cartels throughout the region. I heard Mr. Rubio said that yesterday in Ecuador. We're coming after all of you. We will kill you. The cartels, they're telling that too. The cartels have like organized military. When you say this to them, there's probably going to be a reaction. Just like you did with Maduro, there are people out there, not the government people sanctioning, just some lone wolf or some lone group. As we saw what happened in DC with that gentleman who was from Afghanistan, came here. Everybody thought he had adjusted, but he didn't, and then he went and he killed the National Guard lady. That's the problem. Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, the DR, all of us now become soft targets. And I feel that our leadership, and I assume when the press conference, I hope he doesn't wait till the state of the territory, that's just too long. That the leadership, maybe next week with the press conference, will say to the people of the territory, if you see something, here's a number, or call me, do whatever, so that you don't think that it can't happen here, because it can. Maduro had hundreds of thousands of supporters. I'm certain some of them don't really they're like, this is my guy and look what happened. Me, I ain't gonna stand for this. We gotta protect us, Miss Moorhead.
Yeah. But when you said that they should
us meaning the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, and I agree with you about the fact that there should be a special number given the circumstances, that if somebody was to see something that does not appear to them to be
correct,
righteous, that they could call them. But that is a situation, okay, and I agree with you that, again, the delegate to Congress should have been present, because
tell me why you see that.
Because the number should be connected
to the FBI.
Exactly. It's not a local issue. Okay, it's nothing that our police can deal with. It is something that has to be addressed.
National security.
Exactly. Okay, so what you doing?
Well, maybe they're listening now.
Celebrating January 6th.
Well, maybe as they're hearing it, and these are legitimate concerns for the protection and the security of the people of the Virgin Islands, that they might say, come next week, that they have reached out. This is the number to contact with the FBI, so that they will then lead the investigation and working in collaboration with BIPD and the Marshal Service or whoever it is, Delta Force. It's military and law enforcement. So
because rumor is that there is, and I said rumor is that there is an office of the Department of War in the territory.
Of course.
So If
Anybody?
anything,
That's all over the
the
hemisphere.
number should be directed to that particular
Yeah.
office.
We have people, it's well established, reported that we have folks in the military at the man camp. They're here. They're here. They're here for, this is why the United States acquired these islands. They never really fully understood what they got. Now they do. We need to understand what we have and then have the proper negotiations to say, listen, you know, yeah, you're here. We know what we going to do? Fight Delta? We ain't fighting Delta. So, but that don't mean you control us. They've never, listen, Ms. Moore, people don't know the history. I like when they had we talk about the firebomb. What they failed to understand, even in 1733, when we in the Virgin Islands, especially Crucians, have risen up, it has taken nations to calm us down.
Mm-hmm.
The Danes didn't do it by themselves. They had to call in help from the US, from the British, from everybody, the French, everybody to come sail their ship to calm the people them here down. And even when they came with their forces, our people still fought them.
Mm-hmm.
The Americans are well aware of this. You go back into the history in Congress, they used to say the Centomians and the Crucians is night and day. They're like the French and the British. The Crucian people, or the Centomian people, they would say, hi, hello, tip their hat at you. This is members of Congress in the House and the Senate. They get to St. Croix, and St. Croix people pass you straight. And these predominantly white men would like, these people are rude, they don't greet us. And it's like, we in St. Croix, you could be the biggest artist. A lady and I would crack you, you could be the biggest artist in the world. People in St. Croix would sit in their chair and be like, listen, you ain't performing for us to get up, you know. We're gonna sit in our chair. And I have been in situations where I've been seeing these artists like, I don't need to get up. And the people say, but you're boring. Sing your song. And the people get staggered, like, what crowd I am? That's how we are.
Yeah.
We're not starstruck. We say Crucian people, we don't care who you are. We don't care how Armada this. They know this. They said it about us as Crucians in the 1920s, and the Americans. Them there in St. Croix, that's a different breed. Them they will get gone bad. But that's who we are.
Yeah.
So nobody controls us. And we're not children, we're adults. And with everything that's going on, Ms. Moore, we need to have serious adult conversations.
And you know, we can't have the conversation because what you just mentioned is the biggest thing that leaders try to deny.
That what?
That we are different.
We are.
Okay. And this is why I don't go along with the phrase one VI.
Okay, explain that.
Because that is basically what it's trying to do.
Tell me how you see that.
Shut down the difference.
For what reason?
Why is it that we say, hello, one VI?
Because we're one people. We're a people united and stand together in unity, or we should stand together in unity against all adversaries, whether domestic or foreign.
We are Virgin Islanders, and we are three very different parts. St. Thomians, St. Johnians, Crucians are all different. But we are forcing, and that is a problem that I have still with Senator Angel Volquez, with this whole thing of putting us all under one, with the whole thing of we all come under Fungi and Fish.
So you want our own individual qualities to be recognized as who we are.
That's what makes us attractive. That's what makes us attractive.
That's what's happening now.
And that is why back in decades ago, we used to insist that St. Croix needed its own promotion thing. When they used to advertise and just it was all, you know, the VI and mostly it was pictures of St. Thomas, and we kept the good lady, Senator Alicia Hansen, was a big promoter for that because we are all different. It doesn't make sense we're not Virgin Islanders, but we are different.
That's a fact. Historically, that's just the truth.
Historically,
St. John and St.
we're
Croix has more links in historically than St. Thomas.
Custom-wise, tradition-wise, everything we are different. We talk different. Okay.
True.
But still, and that is why
and that don't mean division.
folks,
I see what you're saying.
I personally do not, and I don't say one VI for that same reason.
You respect the individual characteristic of each place.
And I insist that we need to do that. And I don't agree with the fact that we got to say we're all into Quelbe, we're all into fish and fungi, we all hello fish and fungi one. And what happened to all the different plates that we have in St. Croix that they don't even know how to make in St. Thomas? Yeah.
But
because the fish and fungi is simple, and everybody can make it, so all of us must say under fish and fungi.
Because I'm certain there's St. Thomians and St. Johnians who agree with you on that. Because St. John has always, the St. Johnians have always said, out of the Big Island and St. Thomas, you guys are most historically, and we just left behind, but we are people too with our own issues and don't always link us to either one of those. And I get that. That's why I always say what the St. Johnians want, they should get. What the St. Thomians want, they should get. And what we want, we should get. Exactly. There is no debate in that. Exactly. You get to get your money, yes. But I can't, I don't live in St. Thomas. I don't live in St. John. But if you need a hospital in St. John, then fight for it. I support that because if you want it, then you should get it. You know, that's just leadership. You know, because St. John is more historically like agricultural based than St. Thomas, you know. That's a historic fact, folks. Don't get back to me. This is this truth. You know the history, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. You know, the bay leaf, the bay rum, they were making rum in St. Thomas. The St. Thomas, I don't even know if the St. Thomians really know they used to make heavy rum, you know. they did. The bay leaf, that was big business. But because, again, a lot of predominantly black people were making money at that time in these islands. They even went up to Congress to say, don't kill that. They killed it. And then prohibition, all of these things is factual.
And force everybody under tourism.
And then
and St. Croix continue to fight to not be under the tourism, and what they do, shut down agriculture. Because
the Virgin Islands Corporation, all of that
was the garden of the West Indies.
We were the food bank. People knew that, and you gotta know the history. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The history is.
And that is why there are those now who still in leadership and some not in leadership insisting that it is not possible and unnecessary for us to have 4 courses on high school level. Now, let me make sure you
understand. I know you were coming to this, you know.
Let me make sure you understand, because I think they're reading things wrong. It didn't say that they have to be 4 required for graduation courses, but they should be 4 courses. Now, for people who are educated, who even spend a lifetime in Denmark studying, to come back to say it ain't important. And it's overkill.
Greenland is overkill? People in there possibly getting killed is overkill? People say things because they say things, but when it's our history, then we must always somehow minimize.
And when we have things,
you know, you get me upset. No, Miss Moore. I didn't read. I said, let me not. I saw what you point out, and I said, let me not read. I know people gonna put something there, and then I gonna get upset. And when I start up, everybody on your email gonna be like, oh God, who get Dr. Brown upset? But these things upset me. It really does, because it's like when people tell me to forgive Denmark, and I tell everybody in the Virgin, I will not forgive Denmark. It's not my authority to forgive them. You have heard me many times say I was going to hold them accountable. They write the Danes. Let me not go into what I know, but the Danes make more head.
But what is thing too is when people talk about they don't have resources, when we have books
that could educate our people,
have been written, like books from Mr. Monsanto, you know, and books from Earl Attlee.
You must stop it, man.
You know, and we have books, and you can have a different book with each course on each level. And you're going to tell me?
So the church shouldn't have pride in themselves. You just talk of how can you tell me, right? I have tried to stay out of it because it's not logical to me, and we're gonna get into election. You're doing, as you mentioned when I first came in, about our governor, right? Governor Albert Brown Jr. Yeah. And you mentioned everything about other governors pretty much having the same background, right? And whatever this is, isn't the legislature responsible to have a hearing to address this with taxpayers' dollars?
Sure. That is what I'm saying.
And the governor, his team, or the governor or his team, he sends them down and they justify to the senators why they're doing this, and for all of us to know why they're doing this. When, as you mentioned, we have had people, that's the process. I'm not against him, whatever. That's the process. Don't tell me about I don't know the case. I know Albert Brown before many of them who's sitting right there next to him. Don't tell me I don't know him. Okay? That's the people's money. He has the responsibility to say what he is saying. I have no problem with that. But that's the people's money.
Is we're allowing him to set a different precedent that, you know, come future, every governor is going to want to have a contract to have his documentary made. When we have WTJS.
That does it. I sat in the one for Melvin Evans at Government House a couple years back. Okay. Now, if that is in the budget for the office of the governor and the Senate, it
is not.
It is not, right?
It is not.
I want to make clear.
If for it to have been the budget, would have to been an itemizing. What he is doing is taking whatever excess I shouldn't even say excess, but whatever he has under the office of the governor that is in the appropriation of office of the governor is what he probably is looking to use. Or taking money from someplace else that is not specifically itemized.
But then that's
because he has that.
But then that gets right into the issue with the national. But we'll get to that. But then, if that's the case, then the legislature is authorized to call a hearing to discuss that issue with him.
They should.
So what are we doing? I mean,
the oversight that they should. And as I said, when it first came out as a rumor, before they got into talking about RFPs or whatnot, I wrote the legislature and asked them to exercise the oversight and stop that RFP situation, because that is totally, as I see it, illegal.
Okay. So hopefully there will be
You're using tax money to promote yourself.
No, the governor to his place might say this has been authorized, and I have the discretion as the governor to use the money that has been authorized under my office to do as the office has necessary to do.
Just like he had it.
That's correct, right, Ms. Moorhead?
Just like he had authorized himself to use it for $45 million to deal with the WAPA payment, the situation for the gas or whatever, and just like he was authorized to take the retroactive for the retirees, the $25 million, and make up his salaries for the increases he gave his cabinet.
Which the legislature said no, right? Could be.
But again, they held no hearing, and that is the problem. They're supposed to hold hearings, yes, to have and call them in to hold them accountable. And for the things that they're doing that are not acceptable.
And so let's get to that, Ms. Moore, because that's what I really came here to have this discussion with you. And I'm glad we went in, because I like to talk facts, dates, time, and figures. I don't get into the emotional and what I believe. That what you believe is what you believe. I'm not into that, because people are grown adults and you believe, but they're facts and their dates and their time. And we have a legislature here and we have the Congress. And I've heard people here, individuals here, leaders here, and everybody talk about we're at war and all of this stuff. I don't know what they're talking about, because Congress is the only entity under the Constitution that can declare war.
And they have not done so.
And they have not done so.
Yeah.
And even the leadership in the Democratic Party and the mainland has now been saying we need to move off from those kinds of statements, because at the end of the day, if you're saying that we declare war, we don't know what's going on, how can we say that and we're the entity that declares war? People should stop getting emotional with certain things, Ms. White, and stop and think before they talk. Know what you're saying. There's a declaration, there's an article, pull it up there, but anybody could go, just go on Google and you could look, and it states the specific article that authorizes the Congress to declare war. And they have the war powers authorization and a bunch of other stuff. The president has to tell the Congress in 48 hours and some 12 days, different things that has to be done. So it's not any dictator that we're dealing with. I hear that as well. Folks, we're not dealing with a dictator. You may think he's a dictator. You may not like his policies, but the facts of it is President Trump ran and he won. He ran, which in a democratically elected process, and he won. I'm not defending him. I'm defending the process and the institutions so folks can understand that when you're in a situation and you speak, you have to speak with facts. It's important. It's not about liking him or I don't get into that. Then you have the situation here locally. We have an election coming up, Ms. Moorhead. And in this election that's coming up, is with everything that we see, folks are getting denaturalized. Folks are facing all kind of obstacles. We have to get serious with who we elect, Ms. Moorhead. This is not a game.
Definitely, we got to do that this year. Because this election, the people that we elect this year have some serious
problems
governing that they're going to have to be doing.
And very painful and difficult discussions that they themselves may not want to have with the community, that many of you that you have said and I have said a lot of times take these things like for granted. And now you're faced with I said, people could talk about power until they face power. And when you have a person who is the chief executive for us as a colony, you can't dismiss what he says and he's doing. And we
have to look at people who maybe have been in position of power, but then look further and how, if anything, did they govern with that power?
That's the key.
Because I see people
key.
They want power, but they can't govern.
And
they just want that feeling of being able to tell me and you or whatever, whatever they feel because they have the power to do it. But actually, there is nothing there.
And what people need to understand, having a title for a period of time doesn't mean you have universal power.
Exactly.
You have a period of time based on a title.
Yeah.
Copyrights, trademarks, patent, as Brother Malcolm said, gives you power.
Yeah.
Because you have ownership.
And please don't this campaign period, because I've seen this over and over and over. People running for a position. Oh, I can do this and this and this. And when you ask specific, well, me going to tell you, because then somebody going to take my idea and go, hello, folks, that's an excuse.
That's an excuse.
Okay? Insist on knowing the particular, and if they refuse to give it, scratch them off your list.
If they want to hand you their platform, which is presentable and needed, and you want to talk about issues important to you, and they want to go back to their platform, unacceptable.
Totally.
The platform is important, but that's not the concern of that voter, and that's the next thing, Ms. Moore, which is key. And I say this all the time, and the people I support, they do very well, because I always tell them this. And people are like, you shouldn't have said this. Yes, you should. I'm going to say, one thing about being a good citizen is to at least register to vote. At least do that. Whether you choose to vote or not, that's on you. And if you don't choose to vote after 2 elections, I think they kick you off for the voting.
No,
they change that now?
No, they don't kick you off. What they do, and that was Senator Heiliger that is that they have something called inactive.
They have inactive
but
now.
You're still registered.
Okay, very good.
You can go and vote, and all happen is they ask you to then fill out an update.
Awesome. I didn't know about that.
Contact, but you're not. But
you're not dismissed from the.
Exactly.
Oh wow, awesome. Good for Senator Heiliger with that legislation. But if you're not at least registered to vote, and I come, and let me talk about me. I ain't gonna talk about it, but if I come and I ask you, hey, I'm running for office, I ain't registered to vote. I'm moving on. Now you may get back and say, what? Dr. Brown, but no, you're not. You're not voting. You're not registered to vote. I need to get to registered voters. I need to get to people who want to be in the process. You are a grown person and a citizen. You're supposed to at least try to register to vote.
It would be at least though take some time to see if there's a valid reason for not being a registered voter.
You mean like if they have a felony or something like that?
No, or because some people have an experience that happened with a former, elected official or with the government, and so then they took it personal or whatever, and they use that as an excuse. Because there might be something that you can work out to change their position to then get them to be a registered voter, especially after we pass 360187 and we have the paper ballots, that the votes on the paper ballots will be manually counted.
But that's why I said
because there are those who don't trust the machine, and because they feel the machine is doing something illegal or incorrect, they refuse to vote.
Right. And that's a valid point. I mean, for my other side of it is that you hear people, and that ties in, candidates have come and said, well, people don't want to vote, but then when you ask them how much time you spend with the voters, well, you gotta be specific and targeted. So if you're going to spend 2 hours talking to someone who is not registered, based on whatever it is, understand that 2 hours may not result in what you hope that this person goes down to register or at least vote for you. And that's why every team and candidate is going to have to make his or her decision as to how they're going to navigate their campaign. But at the end of the day, the people vote. You won. Like you ran and you won. And you tend to do very well in many elections, Ms. Moorhead, because you come up with your own system in how to run any kind of campaign to win.
I have a problem in that we're still having maybe 10% or 20% of the people who actually vote voting for the boards. And I have a problem with that. Okay? Because you have senators are getting like 10,000, and whatever votes.
The votes are very important.
But the boards are getting 3,000.
Right.
I have a problem with that.
Okay.
And that is why, and that was before you came, I was saying to the audience, vote the entire ballot. Meaning you vote for delegate to Congress, you vote for governor, lieutenant governor, you vote for Senate. All I say is you don't have to choose 7.
Right.
You only feel strong about 2, 3, 4.
You're right.
That's what
That's
you do.
Right. That's
but
right.
Don't force to get the 7, because sometimes forcing to get the 7 is what gets us in trouble.
Okay? You vote and who you vote for.
And all I'm saying is, then continue on to Board of Election and Board of Education. Vote the entire ballot from beginning to end.
Because I've always said to folks, when you don't vote, it's not that you're voiceless. Because you have a voice. You have a voice. Even if you don't vote, people, you have a voice to still go out there and say, I don't like this and I don't. But in the end, you end up, if you're not voting, you end up becoming a victim. You victimize your own self. Because when the senator come and ask you, because they will do it. You're a voter, what's going on? No, I ain't voting, I ain't a voter. Then they done thinking, okay, well.
Well, when you don't vote, you leave it to
me,
the friends and family of the people who you don't want to get to be the one to run things.
Exactly.
God, they voted?
They voted.
Yeah.
Things don't change by sitting and saying things don't change.
Exactly.
Things change because you get involved.
Exactly.
Things change because you debate.
Yep.
Things change because people come at you and say, that's a stupid idea. I don't think. Brother R taught me something that is so true. Love Brother R. Brother R said that, Brown, listen to this now. When you come, not just you, anybody, when you come up with an idea, right? People are going to be against it. They always do 9 out of 10 times. Then, when they start seeing it work, they start to tell you, hey, I still don't think it could work, but this is how I think it's going to work. And when it works, they come and tell you, See, look, my idea work. My idea now work. And they run around and they take credit for things that they have never been a part of. And I have seen on so many issues, the people we see are some of the same people who are totally against it, but now they're for it because they're in front of the cameras and the microphone.
Do you know that you just described the whole situation with the VI and basic Caribbean history courses? Because, you know, when I was advocating for these courses back in 2013 or whatever, that was what I was told. You have one course, leave it alone. You don't need no more.
Wow. I know I was there. I know I was there with you when you first testified. I was there. I was there, remember? I was there.
And it was, but that, if anything, made me more determined.
For things like this, like me and you, see, we can have this kind of conversation. You know, she gonna laugh, but I told my wife, right, Miss Moorhead, I said, when I talk about these things, right, everybody, like, people are get scared now. Like, I could see it in their face, and there's a silence.
Yeah.
Like they're frightened, like they're really frightened. And I told my wife, but when I go on Miss Moorhead never frightened. And my wife told me, because Miss Moorhead know the history, Brown. She know Edward, she know it. She knows it. She may not know it like you, like she said, but she knows it, so it don't frighten her.
No.
So she can dialogue with you.
Well, she's very right. I don't know it like you yet,
but you know it.
And to tell you the truth,
she told me
every time you come, I learn something else.
You want me to share something with you?
Go ahead.
I'll share something with you and the people who don't want to tell me I don't know what I'm saying. Do you know in the 1920s and the 1930s, and I have the document, I have all these documents, right? 1920 was the first time Senator Kenyon, who was good friends with Rachel Francis, he came here with a couple other senators and members of Congress, and he saw the horrific conditions, and it's called the Kenyon Report, just for folks to go. I'm not going to tell you how, Kenyon Report, K-E-Y-N-O-N report. Just look for it. You'll find it if you're really serious about VI history. And in 1924, they had the first hearing. Rachel Francis was at that hearing. He talked about the rights for civil government. And other members started coming down. 1926, 1927, David Hamilton Jackson, Mr. Canigata, they went in 1927 and testified to. Most people don't know David Hamilton Jackson testified in Congress. And in the 1920s and the 1930s, members of Congress in both the House and the Senate said on the historical record, it is there, that the treaty that is our treaty, they wanted to do away with it. So when I tell people, we don't know our grave situation, I'm not asking your opinion. They said they were going to do away with it. They wanted to do away with it. They saw the conditions. In the Virgin Islands law, we recognize that there was a system of serfdom in this territory. It was so bad, I can explain historically why it was slavery, but serfdom goes from involuntary servitude to a form of human enslavement. They saw the system. They mentioned how bad it was. But because of the language in the treaty, some of those members of Congress said, let's leave it alone. We don't want any problems with Denmark or any other nation saying we violated a treaty. That is now why, and I say this to show the connection. Right now, today, in the Congress of the United States, you don't believe me? Turn on your TVs right now. Go to C-SPAN. They're talking about a resolution to stop the president from acquiring Greenland and violating treaty agreements. Which treaty do you think they're talking about? But in the 1920s, on the historical record, they said we need to get rid of this. This is going to be a problem. The problem is here. So when there are those who are like, no, you don't know the dangers that we're in, because they already knew that they should have dealt with it, but they didn't want to do it, Ms. Moorhead.
Mr. Brown, you think a delegate to Congress is aware?
She should just come and talk to me, Ms. Moorhead.
No, I mean,
no, I don't think she's aware.
And people listening might,
you know, be
critical of of me asking that thing and saying, what stripping is she asking? But hello, I mean, just because she is the delegate to Congress doesn't mean she knows.
I'm gonna
She's
say
aware
something.
of the treaty.
I'm-
That doesn't mean that.
I'm gonna say something, and it's not an insult to anyone because it's taken me 20 years, 20 plus years to acquire all of this information, hunting stuff down, asking friends around the world to send me stuff because our history is all over the world, which it shouldn't be, should be here too as well. We need to do better on that. But most of our leaders, and I can say this with my interaction, they don't know the history. They don't know the
I
history.
won't doubt
They
because
don't know the history.
I know that the stuff about the treaty when I became aware when I was a member of the Fifth Constitution, and I would say
there you go.
I would say the majority, okay, because there were those who were there but didn't read.
And that there we oh Jesus. The views and opinions expressed by the host and the co-host are our own views and not the management and the station owners.
And then there were those who were there read and couldn't comprehend. But at any rate, okay, I was there to say that the majority of people, delegates, learned of those things when they served on the Fifth Constitution. Because a credit to people like Gerard Emanuel and Golan
Yes.
and whatnot, they made sure all those documents.
I heard Mr. Emmanuel
Okay.
presented a lot of documents.
Yes, although they made sure we did review all those things, but as I said, not everybody reviewed. You understand? But definitely, that was my first awareness
Yes.
of a lot of the treaty and a lot of those things. So and let's make sure we remember. Let me do this call. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moorhead and Dr. Brown.
Hi.
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, St. Jonian.
You know my voice.
Hello.
Just for the audience, this is Laura Monsanto. I just called to say I feel I am safe to say the delegate knows about the treaty because every time the National Park puts out a legal notice, they mention the treaty in every publication.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Okay.
Okay?
Good to know. So then why she is saying
But wait, just for clarity, so because St. Thomas situation with the national park, this is for the entire territory or just for the island of St. John? Do you know?
Anytime the National Park puts out a publication in the U.S. Virgin Islands, it could be St. Croix, say any island, St. Thomas or St. John Water Island,
Mm-hmm.
they have to reference the bottom of that legal notice, the treaty.
Mm-hmm.
And it is there every single time.
Okay.
all right.
And for those who don't know the treaty, if you have a computer right now, it's Treaty Series 629, the convention between the United States and Denmark for the secession of the Danish West Indies. Pull it up, everybody around the world pulling it up. It's probably one of the hottest documents right now on the planet. It comes up real fast these days. It used to take time, it's more, but now it just comes up, boom. So
Right.
You haven't?
And a side note, I want you all to also understand too that I will say in my years of experience with our local government, our senators have no clue what the treaty is. And when you try to have a conversation with them as it pertains to, example, national park, they get completely flustered and don't even want to listen to what you have to say.
wow.
So thanks, guys. I'll go back
Thank
to
you.
listening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling.
You're
And
welcome.
and part of that is, and that's where the color. And I thank you, Ms. Moorhead. My God, God is good to me, because you remember you told me, Brown, go and testify at the Constitutional Convention. They got some problems there. You gonna get vexed. I tell you, what did I? Ms. Moorhead, you really think they're gonna do that for them type of language? None of you did that before. Who gonna do that? And you like, Brown, believe them. Listen, Brown, I telling you what I telling you, and if you who do research don't want to listen to me, then go do what you want. And so I took and said, okay, let me see Ms. Moore. And Ms. Moorhead, that's one of the best things I've ever done in regards to putting things on the record. Because any of those members in the 6th Constitutional Convention who gonna tell me that it is wise to recognize American sovereignty and the supremacy of federal laws. When I just mentioned, which is a fact, that they were wanting to get rid of that treaty, how would you do that? Why would you do that to us? That's no.
Mr. Brown,
That's insane.
When the document comes out, I hope you don't take on too much stress.
No, you know me, I gonna make my phone calls. I gonna do what I got to do. Everybody knows that. I proven it. How many times have I come out to you, told you right here in the face, it's going to happen the way I say, and it happens. It happens. So I will not sit back, as I said to them, and let us go along with that we're gonna end up being a colony, possibly permanently, and or give us a situation where folks in Greenland will have more rights and privileges than us, and we sit here and just go along like we agree with everything. That's them, not me.
Now, Mr. Brown, we know for a fact, okay?
They need to bring the document out to Ms. Moorhead.
That the delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, must be aware of the treaty. So why then? What is her excuse for not addressing this situation with Greenland? For not saying anything?
Well, I expect Ms. Moorhead, if not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe by Monday. I assume, because people listen to these programs and they know that this is not an attack on her. This is the Virgin Islands. Let's get serious. She has a responsibility. Even some would say the governor to make some statement. So, as the leader of the Virgin Islands, I'm going to make sure that the best interest is put forward to protect the interests of the people. Something simple. It don't gotta be complicated.
I hear you. I agree.
To get the people who out here talking at Novas, are they traveling the streets like I do and talking to people coming up to me, Dr. Brown, what's gonna happen to us? I was like, talk to the governor, talk to the delegate. They're your leaders. Yeah, I only have a copyright. I can't speak for them. I can only speak for my research. Yeah, but look at all this stuff. They have to say something. You can't wait for the state of the territory and tell me about state of the somebody. That's what they want to focus. So you think that's important to our people? You know what important? Denaturalization, just like you said. You told me this, and I sat here and I said, Ms. Moore, do you really believe that they're gonna push denaturalization? Brown, they're gonna push anything. You say anything or do anything, they're gonna denaturalize you, whether it's here or anywhere. And I was like, Ms. Moore, it happens, but that's a serious thing. But it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
You say you committed probably a fraud, DUI, anything in the Virgin Islands, and they find out and it meets their standard. You could be from Kuwait, Pakistan, St. Lucia, Dominica, you're gone.
Yep.
Nothing. I mean, that's federal law, but nothing is being said. Yep. Nothing. Okay, so what that tells you?
And you know,
people are laughing at these things, but these things serious.
You know what I listen to more and more. Well, it's been happening for a long time. It always sort of bothered me that people, when they talk, say, I've been here 30 years, I've been here 40 years, always specifying how long they've been a resident. And I wonder to myself, do they know what they're doing? First and foremost, why is it important to say how long you've been here? You're a resident.
Right.
Why is it a difference to say how long you've been, other than, to me, that's communicating that really your commitment is to where you were before, if you got to keep referring to it.
And according to this administration on the national level, if you feel that way, then leave.
And when you keep saying,
I mean,
how long you've been, which is communicating to all who is listening, and like you point out, there are people who listen.
They do.
That are on levels way above where we at.
Correct.
You're pointing out to them that you do have a situation that might be questionable, a status that might be questionable.
Like you did.
So you're exposing yourself, but while you're thinking that you're really just showing your pride of something else. Because if you're proud of where you're at and you're comfortable with where you're at, why does it matter how long you've been there?
But this word, you see, I always say, as a people, and when I say as a people, not just Bajan, people of African ancestry, people of color. When these discussions were going back from the first Constitutional Convention to the fifth, the very same thing everyone is seeing and saying nothing. That's why I talk about power. And when we, as a people, talk about the same things that you see is happening, we tear each other down instead of just having the conversation and dealing with it. But here it is, you have an administration that is denaturalizing people for what some would say really think they shouldn't. Everybody's quiet. What does that say? This is facts. I don't talk, this is truth. So then how do our people grow? Because you're vexed that I'm talking about somebody else who don't live with you, who you'll never meet, can say, do this, you do it. You don't say nothing. But then when you hear and you have this conversation, I must shut up. No, man, that's ridiculous. Because it's happening.
Yeah.
The same thing you guys from the first to the fifth and now the sixth talking about, President Trump is saying straight to everybody, you come to this country, you commit any offense, you're gone. And nobody is saying anything.
Yeah.
This is the fact, these are facts. So what? So all of the time when people are upset, you ain't listening. You ain't listening. And you should listen, especially if you're in a situation where the place is a colony. It's not the same. You miss your brother, everybody who's been getting beat up on for all these decades is just bringing up subjects. You guys have been right. We have to talk these things out.
And as you say it again, let me point out, Mr. Brown, I think a big problem is a lot of our residents don't really understand what it is when we say we're a colony. I believe that's an explanation that's needed. I don't think they understand that.
Wow.
And I back it up by I haven't done research, but it's by the performance, the comments, the things that people say and do. When says to me, you don't really understand.
They don't.
The position of us being a colony. And there are leaders who enable that misunderstanding.
Till now. Till now.
Yeah.
A colony, and again, I'm not a legal expert because there are folks who are on this station and others who can provide a more detailed definition. So folks, don't beat up on me for it because I'm telling you I'm not an attorney or a lawyer or whatever that is. I'm not in the legal profession like that. I've represented myself. I think I did good, but that doesn't make me somebody like a Johnny Cocker. No, don't look to me for legal advice. And I say that again, I don't give legal advice. That's not my profession. But I relate to the treaty. When we were acquired by the U.S. for $25 million in gold, we were a colony of Denmark. It was Denmark, Norway first, and then around 1814 or so, Norway broke away and it became fully Denmark. But we don't say Denmark because Denmark was like the big brother, and Norway looked towards Denmark, but we were a colony. They got resources from us, as we know we were one of the wealthiest places at that time on the planet, and made Denmark very, very wealthy, extremely wealthy. From agriculture, as you mentioned here, and then in St. Thomas, especially with the transshipment and all of those things. But we were a colony. They were using our resources, using our people in some of the most horrific ways for their benefit, and not granting the people of these lands all of the rights and privileges that were granted to Danes. I'm just simplifying it. Danish citizens in Denmark. That's the piece. We were Danish subjects. We were Danish inhabitants. But very few individuals were Danish citizens. When we talk about Danes being here, really and truly, there were only a handful of Danes. Many of the people who were here were what we considered and say were Danish West Indian farmers. They were Americans, they were French, they were Irish, there were all kinds of people that came from every corner of the world to come here because of the wealth that was in these islands, especially in the 1700s during the time of American Revolution. And I won't get into that, but I'm just saying American Revolution, so think for yourself. We were the envy that many of the framers of the Constitution of the United States had relationships with the men and the women in these islands who were the planters. That's how wealthy they were. But we were a colony. That's pretty much what it is in regards to being a colony. The administering power, as you would know that term for the UN, you may hear that administering power, they set all the rules, they set all the requirements. Even though we had a colonial council, at the end of the day, it was the Danish king and the Ministry of Finance that approved everything when it came to the Danish West Indies, because we were under the authority of the king of Denmark and the Ministry of Finance. 1916, well, I won't go through the history, I already had done that before, but at the end of the day, we were still transferred over as a colony. That's why when you look at the negotiations, there were discussions on by the Danes as to whether or not they would grant us citizenship. If I grant you full citizenship, you're not, and I incorporate you, you are then not anymore colony.
Mm-hmm.
You are part of the nation. You have all the rights and privileges, which they never agreed to. They never saw us as having those rights and privileges, especially on St. Croix, where the plan was to move us out of St. Croix. That was, I even get into who was the person, because people would be shocked to know that this, especially in a democratic place like the Virgin, to hear who was advocating to move all of us out of St. Croix and send us to New York and other places.
I might have been a native New Yorker.
Why do you think they had so many new people from here, right? But that didn't pan out because of Casper Holstein, David Hamilton Jackson, Rachel Francis. And if you know what happened to Casper Holstein in New York, then you know. He was one of the wealthiest Black men on the planet, I should say in the US at that time, who was championing his home. That couldn't stand, right? You know the history of what happened to him. But we were then still a colony.
That could be a whole course again, but
yes.
I rest.
Yes. And because we were not incorporated, that treaty still applies. That treaty is how the US claims sovereignty over the islands. They can't govern us unless we give them permission through a plebiscite or a constitution as they've asked for. But because you're not going to get all the rights and privileges, you are permanently saying, whether through a plebiscite or a constitution, you agree to remain a colony. It's that simple. And anybody who can't dispute me, fine it. I know what I'm saying. That's why I'm so animate about it, because you don't understand what you're saying, because you don't understand the history.
And you're enabling the misunderstanding when you, and I really can't, I have asked and nobody seems to know, when you take and actually document the misrepresentation of our position by having our government seals say United States Virgin Islands instead of
Virgin Islands
of the United States.
Right. And we have done as a people a terrible, and you've said it, and it's true, we've done a terrible job in getting our children to understand the difference between when you're talking on the street and talking, man, I live in the US Virgin Islands, that's street talk. But when you go to places like me, like the UN and other places and halls where you have people, you refer to the proper title, which is the Virgin Islands of the United States.
I have really, I've looked at things over the years, and I really think all that is deliberate.
But I said that to
by
you.
our leadership, and it's hurtful to really admit that our leaders really just deliberately enable the ignorance for their advantage.
Yeah, because you end up being able to.
Otherwise, I went on a personal thing.
Yeah, we want you personal. You remember the last time? No personal. But a lot of time we focus on what jobs we could get, you know, what position I could get, how much money I could get. And that's all good, that's all great until you run into days like today. And you run into leaders like we have in the White House and it's the State Department and the Department of War and Department / Defense. It really should be defense because I think Congress is the one who changed the authorization to war. But Pete Hegseth said that it's the Department of War under him. So he can say what he wants to say. It's he's the leader, but it's really the Department of War. So when you have that mindset that we're gonna get a job or we're gonna run a campaign and we're gonna get salary, and that's your focus, and you're not thinking about all of us. When you have days like this, days where the world is talking about your place and you're not saying nothing, whether you're the delegate, the governor, the Senate president, you ain't saying nothing. Who you think looks bad? They're talking about us, right?
Yeah.
Right now they're probably talking about us. You ain't saying nothing. Who looks bad? I think, why aren't you saying anything? They're talking about you.
Yeah.
You guys, and you ain't saying anything.
Yeah.
So you don't know your own history either?
This is why I have a problem.
Wow.
And I really didn't even read the other than reading the title for you earlier. I didn't read the release because I was just disgusted to see that all the delegate to Congress sent was something about the anniversary of January 6th.
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't help them.
Not
You know?
diminishing the importance of it,
Jan-
but the point is,
With everything going on
that is not your concern.
right now is what we're dealing with is concern.
Exactly.
This is a fact.
You know,
This
so
is a fact.
I didn't even read what she said concerning the blasted thing because it was of no concern to me, no importance. And I do hope that you're right, that something will come out before the end of the week.
But it's supposed to. No, this is governance. I wrong, Miss Mohammed. Tell me, I wrong?
You ain't saying around, but were you missing the point?
I see what you're saying. But I said that because I got
you
people
believe something must come before the end of the week. I
Yes.
don't believe so. Given the past 4 years,
my God.
I don't see.
They're going to say, sway over to state of the territory? What? I mean, I'm confused.
I mean, if it comes, I will be elated to be wrong. But I don't believe it coming wrong.
Miss Mohammed, the foreign, that's person who came here, and the foreign minister for Greenland are trying to get meetings with Marco Rubio. I'm not even asking to try to get a meeting with Marco Rubio. I'm just saying, put out a press release saying we're going to protect our interests as Virgin Islanders. That's all I'm asking for. That's their job. I mean, I'm not laughing, folks. This is their job. This is what they're getting paid to do. Seriously, man, Miss Mohammed.
The woman have what is it called? People over politics. Is that people over
That's the slogan?
That's the name of her Monday 1 hour
Oh, the show.
radio show.
Okay.
Every Monday.
Yes.
Okay. Monday. Didn't we know that Greenland was an issue? You know what it's about?
What they talk about?
Parade and thing.
Serious?
Festival. Hello. Okay.
Miss
Now I
Mohammed.
might be wrong, and anybody listening,
Miss
you
Mohammed.
could welcome to call because I must admit I didn't listen to the whole thing. I was so disgusted.
But she has press.
Yeah.
She has people in the.
I shut down the radio because I could not believe. Yeah, okay, Tabapa, but what happened to this important issue? As far as I know, the whole program was festival.
Oh God, Miss Mohammed. You know, everybody. Well, I haven't done the walk up, jump up thing. I would say I'm not going to know. I no disrespect to the good people. I'm not. I haven't done festival in years, and I have been judged. I've been everything. The only thing I've never done is Juve. And I get into a point where I get into me. I feel too old to be getting. Them young people will be doing some stunts and stunts. They'll be doing some stuff. I'll be like, Lord, and I know Deborah would hit me over the head. Like, so I just be like,
Oh, well, no, I
They-
go to the parades every year, especially since no
you went to adult parade?
yeah, I went to
I hear that there wasn't
parade
a
and
lot
adult
of
parade.
people at the adults. It's true.
I left when the section with the indecent exposure started to come down. I left.
You brave. You brave.
And
You brave.
I do believe I saw quite a bit
That was too much
of
for you.
entries before that.
Yes,
so
yes.
I had no problem with leaving at
At
that
that
point.
point, you were
Yes.
you were satisfied.
Because I don't understand, and I still insist
Yes,
that since everything is under now
yes,
a government department,
Yes.
before remember it was what you call a non-profit,
yes, yes,
okay? But now it's totally under government.
yes.
I don't see why government can't make one rule.
What's that? What's that?
Costumes must always cover the top for female and so the shape or scope of a brassiere, and the bottom
Mm-hmm.
of a boxer short, the scope or the thing of a bikini bottom.
Okay.
Okay, no indecent exposure allowed because it is a festival. The law doesn't say
Hmm. That's interesting.
that indecent exposure is null and void because it's festival.
Okay, so here's the other argument, and I guess this is the other side of it. The women and the men who participate in the festivals and carnivals, the costumes are expensive. Many of them are paying for their own costume. If folks have a problem, you pay for my costume, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, if I'm paying for it and it is covering everything pretty much, even though you may see or feel you see a little bit more than you really may be seeing, you shouldn't be able to tell me as long as I am the one paying and I'm the one coming down the road. That's the other side of the
You
argument.
can come down the road or you can be in the street anytime in a thong. Male, no female. That's considered
Decent
indecent
exposure.
Okay? And that's my point.
So you think that the degree is still, based on what you saw, I didn't go, based on what you saw, is still too much inappropriate for a festival, government-oriented
The
activity?
costume was a thong. And a thong means that your bare behind
It's showing.
is showing.
Hmm.
Okay? And I think that the Department of Tourism can
That's
control
interesting.
that.
That's
They
interesting
can
discussion.
control the behavior that comes because of that indecent exposure. But it might at least do something if you at least control the appearance.
Hmm.
It might have
It's inter-
an effect on the behavior eventually.
Well, Ms. Morris, you know, as you're saying that, I'm certain that the Department of Tourism, because they've talked about this, you know, and I think that over the years they've said some of it used to be, woo,
Hold on a minute.
but as you said, it was private at one time, non-profit at one
Right.
time. Yeah,
I'm a high school student.
yes,
You want to put me out of school because I don't have my uniform appropriate.
yes,
Okay.
okay.
Tell me what's the big thing that you're going to tell me that I'm not properly dressed in a school uniform,
Happy New Year. Yes.
but we out there on the street watching adults who ain't even covered, and you ain't telling them nothing. What's the difference, bro?
I see your point.
And cheering up and down line in that parade watching, you know.
You're saying we should set
From
that.
the zero,
I
from
see your
the
point, Ms. Morris.
from the 0 to the 18. Okay? They're right there
I see your
watching
point.
that.
I see, because, you know,
Who really explains
see
to
your
them that because it's a parade, you could go there half naked?
because I see your point, because that's how I feel about education. You know, parents And this is a new year, and I said to parents, all, even my own parents are Colorado, I said to them, you're going to come into school and you're going to act like an adult. And if you act and carry on and cuss and look to fight, you're going to get out of school, and your BIPD or the school security will have a discussion with you. You're not going to come into the school and disrespect the teachers and disrespect the administrators and disrespect the monitors and disrespect everybody and believe you're going to be in the school. If you want to act like you are not a civilized adult, that's a problem. And I see your point, because we allowed for so long for adults and parents to believe it's okay to come into the schools and do these things so everybody feel they could do it. And it doesn't stop until you stop people. So I see your point.
We at the Board of Education,
I see your point.
we were on a school visit one day. And before we even get out the vehicle, we see a parent going in with all the bottom hanging out because the pants so short. Okay? The one member said, no, sir, I got to do something about that. So I tell her, I agree with you. The other members got out of the vehicle, went left, while we went right. Okay. We have adults who are afraid to interact with the public when they're doing the wrong thing. But then you want to interact with the children and almost beat up on them.
They're going to follow what we do as adults. That's a fact. I know that. That I know from my own experiences with young people. They will follow you to the end. They will go to the end with you. But now they feel that you're right. But if you're doing wrong things and they've learned it from it, they're going to do it too. It's true.
Rules, laws, they should all be followed.
I realize that about you. People may think you talk these things like you really, 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 really believe it in your heart. Because I don't see the emails you don't send, and you don't care. If you feel it's wrong, this is wrong, and this is how I can explain that it's wrong. A lot of times folks are afraid. I don't know why they're afraid. If you're afraid, then you end up like how we are now.
I was hoping you put them why they're afraid. Yeah, that is something. I don't understand how people have become such cowards. Given our history, okay, particularly in St. Croix, given our history, how is it that the descendants now are such a bunch of cowards?
Because you get comfortable and you feel that the conditions that your ancestors went through, you're not going to go through that. And I always tell my wife, we're one day, one law removed from what they went through, and now we're seeing it. You're seeing it. You're seeing, you see, just before I came on, I heard that the president, the U.S. sees 2 tankers. One of them is Russian. Russians have nukes, right? Not saying the Russians gonna fight, but it's a whole different game. But you're comfortable. But now when you're not comfortable, then you scream and this can happen to me. That yeah. Because you're not prepared. You're scared. And if you listen and you pay attention and the walk up, joke up, all of that is good and great, because everybody shouldn't be like me. I always serious. Don't do that. Don't do that. You gotta have some fun in life, and I get that. But with the walk up, joke up thing is done. Now it's time to get serious.
I always ready to have fun.
I know.
I went down there, I had my fun, and hey, I had fun on that. I was keeping all the silk, even a lady had a problem with me. We on the and I said thank you very much to the Department of Human Services. They really beautified the reviewing stand this year. It was lovely. So they decorated it.
Boy, they got a lot of money flowing in. These days, I don't.
And we had more of a crowd this year in the reviewing stand, I think, that we did last year.
Okay, and, that's good.
The people, when things are happening, they want to take pictures. So they run up in the front with the phone.
Yeah, take a
selfie. Taking picture.
Yeah, selfie.
Now I sitting down and I counting my head. How long you standing up there to take this picture? Because the point is, you have 2, 3, at least 3 rows up here at seniors sitting behind you, trying to see what's going
And they
on.
can't see.
So after I counted, you see him that it's gone too long. I say, excuse, you gotta sit down.
Right.
If you want to take picture, go out the stand and go down in front.
Very fair. Very fair. When you up there on the stand, sometimes it's hard, you know. People think it's a joke. I've been up there, it's hot, it's gonna get hot.
I only taking a say, hey, you're only taking a picture, but you're taking it long, and by
too
the
long.
time you done the whole event done fast, and then behind you ain't get to see.
Right. And you don't,
Yeah.
and the seniors have the right to see that. Some of them they have to leave because they're all kind of different. So they want to see, because some of them they have to see and go.
Now I know
In-
they got those who thought I was out of place, but I don't see that I out of place.
To tell someone to
Sit
Allow-
down,
to be
move out
courteous?
the way.
to be courteous.
Yeah.
To be courteous.
You ain't supposed to tell people nothing. You're supposed to
No,
learn
that
what they
ain't-
want to do.
can't work.
Okay? It don't work with me.
Can't work. You don't
Because
civilize
as I
yourself.
see, you're taking advantage. And you're taking advantage because you're dependent on the fact that nobody going to question what you're doing.
Yeah, and we should we like I said, we as a people have a lot of things based, and I said it's based on reading the history and a culture and a people that a lot of our ancestors came back, they would say, no, these things are not things you know that is acceptable. It's not good. And I know culture changes. I'm not trying to say this is the 1800s and stuff, but adults are adults and children are children.
And I think that's
And
what's
that's a
happening
fact.
even with our parade with this indecent exposure. They're taking advantage because there's nobody who's going to be brave enough to take the stand to put a rule.
But here's the piece.
You
of
know
this
what
one.
the elected official told me? If you put a rule like that, you're taking away the constitutional the first amendment, the right to expression.
But wait,
I
wait,
said,
before you go
excuse-
on, who is it, who's running the event? If you just told me it's the government, what
Yeah, the Department of Tourism. It's just that there's a division in tourism called Division of Festival, but it's tourism.
so the government sets the rules.
Okay. And I was suggesting
Why
to
you
this
trying-
elected official, why don't you, in your position, advocate to the department to for next year parade set a rule with the dresses concerned, so we can done with this tongue business with the beer behind. Oh, then you're violating
Huh?
your right of expression. I said, what expression? Looking behind.
That's the government event, you know.
This is
That's
what
the
an
government could set the rules.
elected
Me and people that-
official and
Yeah,
Senate
Yeah,
had
yeah,
told me.
I don't hear the same thing about the let me not get into it because I would get passionate about, you know, I gonna say it, I don't care. About firearms and the roadway and everybody, we've been talking about it for years. The government is the one gives out the licenses, right? So what people telling knowledgeable, intelligent people, man? Just tell me you don't want to do it. I got more respect for the senators and the leaders that tell me I don't want to do it, bro. I respect you. I'm moving on. But don't act like you're going to tell me like I am a fool. That irritate me. Because I'm not a fool. That means you don't know your job. That's what upset me.
And they
That's not me, and it's you.
and like I told you, they take advantage of the fact of who don't do better. And they don't expect the likes of people like you and I who know better to speak up.
Well, that
Okay.
I used to get a heavy backhand as a child for speaking up. It didn't stop me. So, I mean, if I live in a place, I don't care who you are. Who is you? Who are you? You're a human being just like me. And at the end of the day, if I see something that is making me feel uncomfortable and you're my representative, I have the right to come to you and tell you that I am having a problem. It is your job, if not you, the office of the senator, the office of the governor, the office of the delegate, to assist me. If you, the delegate, or you, the governor, or you, the senator, don't want to assist me, I have the right to claim to your office to help me. Your office people may then tell me, this is not the venue to get the help. We will help you by you contacting or giving you the number to contact Commissioner so and so, Superintendent so and so, everything. What we do wrong is we believe going to the senator and is the solution. It is not. That is not their job. But they make some of them make you feel that way in order to then get the vote instead of educating you so that you know your rights.
And this is what
Come on.
we got to deal with differently this year. We have to understand.
We sure should with everything going on, Miss Moorhead.
We have to understand.
My gosh.
What is the role of these different positions? And in vetting the aspirants, we have to deal from the role of the positions.
Yes. Miss Moorhead, let me say this too, because I don't want him to come and tell me he might Facebook me and say, Brown, you're being unfair to me. Governor, yeah, he gonna send me a message, and I need to be fair. And I said it before, but let me say it again. Governor Bryan, with all of this with Greenland, I did reach out to him.
Okay.
And this was back. Governor Bryan did tell me I will try and make some time to meet with you. The process, of course, is go through Government House because he has his schedule, everything. I did reach out to, at the time, who is no longer there, Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
I read that message and everything.
Now it's Kevin Williams.
Getting to that, Mr. Knight never responded. I said, okay. I reached out to Mr. Richard Mota Jr. I said, the governor said, come talk to him about this Greenland thing. Mr. Mota, up to now, has not reached out to me and said anything. I reached out to Mr. Kevin Williams. All of these people I know, I got no issue. I just telling the people the truth.
Yeah.
And I said, I have agreed. I need to. Governor said, come talk to him. He never called me back either. I wrote to the governor. I said, hey, I've been trying. He never reached back to me. We left it alone. But I don't want people to think that he never said to come. But that's his people. I did what he told me. They have, hey, your people don't want to meet with me and advocate. That's you and them. That ain't me and you and them. That's you and them.
They're the black, and they're the black because they are familiar probably with the treaty and can be really have any discussion on what you want to talk about, Mr. Brown.
But ain't that what talking about what I talking about? They black and what? The wall ain't talking what I talking about?
Yeah,
black and what?
They black and because the governor ain't ready to talk about that.
Well, he better be, because it's gonna get worse.
And he will hope that he could
The question's coming.
He will hope that he could do what he been doing
Not on this.
till December.
Not on this. And he knows it. I'm telling him right now, he's not on this. He's going to be confronted. He knows when I say like this, I know what I'm saying. I'm not asking anybody in the VI. People need to listen. I know whether they believe me, Miss Moorhead, he needs to get prepared. And the delegate.
Well, that being the case, Mr. Brown, I would make a suggestion
I will listen to you.
that you send the governor an email with all the particular documents, the treaties and things that you need to know about. Don't assume that he knows. Just send the documents. Okay?
I can't send him my copyright. That's the problem.
No.
The treaty about.
I just say yeah.
Okay, send it where they should get it. Can they confine it? Miss Moorhead.
No, don't assume that, Mr. Brown.
But everything going on, they still wouldn't look at us.
No, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown.
What? Okay, let me let you finish. Sorry.
Don't assume that.
Okay.
Just send the document. Okay?
Well, let me do this.
That the governor needs to be aware of in order to have a sensible discussion.
Let me do this. I'll do this.
Send him the document.
I'm gonna do this to him. I don't know if he's gonna respond, but I'm gonna do it and let you come
And
back.
I would say, because I sure you have the email, CMCC, Mr. Mota, and Mr. Williams.
Well, I
So
gonna
that
go.
all three of them get what they need to read.
Well, I
and
gonna
know.
I gonna do this, Miss Moorhead, because I understand the suggestion and I kind of see the point. I will reach out to him directly and ask if he's interested in
No,
knowing.
don't ask Mr. Brown.
Well, I gonna
Just
send that.
send the documents. Don't ask.
I must
Mr.
take my
Brown.
time to
Send-
send
No,
document
because
to
you know you got them in a holy for that, and we just talking about
the
the
treaty.
Yeah.
I don't want him to say you insulting me or no, Brad.
Hello,
I
why
took
would
out-
they solve
I
it?
got attorneys.
No.
I got my
because-
people.
No, you're simply, if anything, is the point and the message is, this is specifically what the discussion is I would like to have about you or whatever. Just put a little message with it. So it doesn't look like you're sending something to say, you better read this. No, just put, that this has to do with the request you're making.
You better than me or no, Miss Moorhead.
Mr. Brown,
Miss
one
Moorhead.
thing age has shown me is don't assume anything about black people.
These are grown men and women, you know.
Hello.
Miss Moorhead, I invest. This is serious. See, people think about me like because you know me, I'm a very humble man. But do not take my humbleness as any weakness. I am not no weak man. And I reach out to you and I talk to you as grown people, and it is your job to be prepared for these types of days. Not my job. I'm always prepared.
Mr. Brown,
Am I wrong, Miss Moorhead?
when I decided that I wanted to be a member of the Board of Education, I sat down and I read Title 17 of the VI Code
That's a
which
long
covers
code, you know.
from beginning to end. Okay? Not one time for those listening. I mean, I took my time because I had to read to make sure I understood everything I was reading. You know what my deception was? I don't know what to call it. Is that I assumed that the members sitting on the board were familiar with Title 17.
It should be.
Hello, big mistake.
Yeah.
Big mistake. Okay? I have people who recently came to understand the very first item in Title 17 where the Board of Education gets the authority and jurisdiction over public school education and facilities. They just get it recently. And
We
my
as
thing is,
man,
don't assume anything, Mr. Brown.
Miss Moore, we as black people, especially because most of us, we should not be in this situation. I had access to a video with your brother back when he was way much younger in the 70s after different events. And he said pretty much the same thing. It was like the 1970s.
And all we have been doing
We should not be in
is
this.
getting better at keeping people ignorant to take advantage of it. That's all we've been doing. Because every time somebody, some organization, some whatever, try to educate and make people more learned, more aware, more understanding, they get blows. Only people like me and you just rush the blows and keep going.
I keep going.
Okay? The majority of folks, they fold.
This is true.
They fold.
Because you know
Okay.
what? I tell
And
you
that encourages
the
the
behavior.
exactly.
Because you know why? Because a lot of those people believe that because they hear no, that's the person God has for them. That's the person God has for you. If the person tells you no, run, say thank you, Lord. Even in personal relationships, I don't want to be with you, but you like them, you run. They don't tell you what you're gonna get. So when any of them here, and I did always tell me no, you're right. People believe when I speak that I don't get like royal treatment. I do not. Every time, 9.9, almost out of 10. Most of the time, I don't hear no. But when I hear no, I don't tell any one of them. Whether it's the governor, they just thank you, I appreciate you, have a good day, and then I go to my friends. And we get it done. But most people fold because they feel bad, like this is such a great idea and you don't want to help me. That ain't the person God had for you to get the help from. That's all it means. Just don't give up. You get there. It may take you a while, but you get there because who are they? That's all they could tell you is no.
And they fall
That's it.
quietly, which is a problem that I have when we talk about people who come home, young people looking for job after they get their education, and they meet roadblock, and then they just go back to the mainland. And my problem is, okay, you've gone back to the mainland, but tell us a story now. Don't keep quiet. That is what is the problem. Nobody says what happens, so there's no way to hold people accountable.
Right. Well, I'm going to do this, Miss Moorhead. I sit in here. I'm going to send the governor the treaty. You asked me to, and like I said the last time, if I didn't do what you had said, I would have been up a creek. Because the delegates can't say that I didn't have testimony and I could go Congress anywhere on this planet and say I told them or go testify myself. That's the power of putting things on the record. You don't have to worry about anybody trying to speak for you. I'm not going to give anybody my copyright. Even if the governor said, Dr. Brown, come talk to me, I will come and talk to you. But that is my legal document. Where's the delegate? I've been through this before. I've been in rooms where people tell me, oh, but we want you to give us your the document. And I said, no, you ain't getting my document. Well, this is, you know, this is as far as, well, okay, well, I gain up and leave it. Oh, well, no. Well, then it's my document. This is what I want. Let's get going. But I will send him the treaty, and I will ask him, are you ready to learn what happened to our people? And I will come back. I don't know right now because school about, but whenever I got, and I would tell you, or I would text you and say the governor has responded, whether yes, or can I have his email? Whether yes, his email, not messenger. I'll do the email the way. And yes or no, or he ain't said nothing. I'm not sure if he's gonna respond. But I will
see them other two.
I don't know the other two, the email. If you have it, send it to me, please.
More
See?
than.
Richard, they probably listening. Richard could send it to me right now.
He probably is listening.
Richard always listens. I like Richard. No, Richard's my guy. I was telling him that you're my guy, man. You know, I really admire Richard. I mean, I don't know why I didn't get the meeting. Things happen, and I understand that. I'm not a child. If they don't want to respond, things are going to happen with or without them. They see that, right? Everybody sees it, right, Ms. Moorhead? So I would hope that they would take me serious now, and they will understand. I don't want to. Ms. Moorhead, the greatest fear, like I said, I have is some one of those young boys or one of those young teenage boys and girls in Greenland. Thousands of years, those people live there. They're not going to go for that. That is their culture. They can the Arctic is cold, brutal, and they survive there because they have come up with their own. I have friends from Greenland. They don't say much. And I didn't even understand why they don't say much, but I've learned from just following them now. When you're out there and you start making noise, there's polar bears. They're creatures I have never seen that will kill you. So you have to do sign language. You have to do all kind of other things. This voice messaging kind of thing that we do, they don't really do because of their particular unique situation. That's a unique people. They're not ain't about Denmark with them. They will fight. They will die to preserve that. Why? And we have a delegate who is the governor. The delegate is there. Put your pride aside and come and call me. Don't let my friends deal with it, because they deal with it, it's not going to be nice. And everybody sees it. I don't want that. I want to tell them this is what happened to our people here in the Vajnas. This is what Denmark did. This is why this treaty, based on what you guys said in the 20s, is not good. I've been saying this for a year. I don't know what else to say to grown people, Ms. Moorhead. They might want to see what they're going to see. But look at Cuba. You know, Ms. Moorhead, let's all pray for the people in Cuba. Seriously. What we're about to witness is going to be hard on many of us as Caribbean people. Because as the president said, they now got to get rid of their own government.
Mm-hmm.
So we all know what that means.
Well,
he's not stepping in.
What we don't realize is it's only a matter of time that we're going to see Cuba being in situations that is destitute, because
for sure
Cuba depends on the oil they get from Venezuela, and that is being stopped now.
Yes.
Maybe there are still resources that they have, some that they can,
but they're gonna run out.
And when they run out is when the problem is going to begin.
The starvation.
Yes.
the
Yes.
violence.
Yeah. And these
That's
are
what he
things-
means when he said, I don't have to attack them.
Yes.
They're done.
Yeah.
You can't control that when the people run out of fuel and they're in darkness
Yeah.
and don't have to make bread and
Yeah.
basic necessities.
Yeah.
But the
That's
Cuban
what's going to
people are a
happen.
proud people and they're not going to
Yeah.
just say, okay, yeah, we suffering, we're going to suffer to show all of you, you're
And-
not going to break us.
And
That's
make
what's
no
going to happen.
mistake, what's his name is all for that and helping it to happen.
Rubio,
Exactly.
because but Rubio has, on the other side, he has said, and he said it again, that he gave the administration official policy is that Cuba is aligned with individuals and nations that are not friendly to the U.S. And of course, everybody knows his family history with Cuba and stuff, but he got to be prepared too on the serious side, because I know the Cuban people are not just going to they overthrow the government. Then people will say, nobody gonna tell us what to do. And I know that because unlike the Chinese or any other group of people, or there's only two people, only two groups at the end of the day, that will start the IC that will do that in another country. Maybe the Russians and certainly the Cubans. They prove that. They prove it, that they will die. People could say the Delta is the best out there, but I need people to understand. Them men in there got overwhelmed by 200 operators, right? FBI Special Forces, Delta, Navy SEAL 6, all of these people were there. 200, it went like 12. 200. You can't tell me you don't hear the cracking at the door. You can't tell me that. You have a choice at that moment to drop your gun, raise your hand, bend down, and let them zip tie you or whatever, and you put it. They're not gonna kill you. You've surrendered. They didn't surrender. They went to work, and Delta went to work on them, as we see. But that's a people that will tell you we would rather die than submit to you. So we all have to, in this region, witness what's going to happen to our brothers and sisters in Cuba, Ms. Mohammed, and pray for them. Everybody going to scream at Trump. Trump, come on, help them out. We don't have the aid groups like we used to.
They need to understand.
You see planning.
But they need to understand that there will be no mercy for the Cubans, because take something as simple as when Trump wanted to have the protesters in DC shot.
He's a serious
Who
man.
protested.
He's a serious
Just
man.
simply protested. So why would we not think that
He's a
he would
serious
just
man.
put the Cubans in a position to starve to death?
That's what he said. But that's what he means when he says, I'm not doing anything with them. They're about to collapse. That's what he means. And that's why I said we in the region, and now who is going to say anything? I've said again, when it's one thing when you think you have power and you confront someone with the kind of military power that the United States has. The United States never had to be, feel this way. Whether people agree with the United States or not, President Trump, as you have said, is duly elected. Now there are people like your brother and others, and I keep coming back to Mr. Moorhead, Mario Moorhead, because Mr. Moorhead has been saying to people, the U.S., the way you think about the U.S. is not what you think.
I'm looking to. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moorhead. Good afternoon, Dr. Brown.
How are you, sir? I was waiting for you.
Well, as you know, what's going on here in New York City.
Of course.
Maduro and his wife, the trials, the protesting, and what I've been hearing, I want to know if this is a reality.
Okay, let me see if I can say.
Know that because tests for Venezuela like 3 days, whoever is in charge now for Hamilton,
Yes.
because they have the capability of refining the crude coming from Venezuela, that they're getting ready to crank back up and start back up on the island of St. Croix.
Why you do that to me?
They passing all of the EPA, I guess, where the EPA
Yes.
had. I'm not sure if it was a Superfund site, but I know they had all the oil that was still in the aquifer. They had the $700 million fine. well, they said Trump is going to bypass all of that. So I don't know if that's a good thing or that's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing because it's danger for us.
It's more exactly. Okay. In answering your question, yes, the Trump administration under the environmental department has looked at, pulling back some of those. Have looked back at put back at some of those regulations. Yes. In regards to the refinery, I will make no comment. I know you guys say you're silent. I make no comment.
Well, I just want to know, what is the administration, the Ryan Root administration? I guess we will find out when they do the state of the territory that is supposed to be soon.
Well, in regards to the governor, he's made it publicly known on many occasions he would like the refinery to reopen as an oil refinery.
That's his personal take on it.
Correct.
What about the residents of St. Croix who have been overwhelmed, who have numerous cancers from the particulate matter that's being released? The DPNR, as far as I know, still haven't have any quality air monitors to monitor any release coming out of the refinery. And with the refinery being down so long, that I would assume it will take a while. And I don't know if Trump is going to try to fast track it now because it has the capabilities of refining the heavy crude coming out of Venezuela. But then would that put a bull's eye at the island of St. Croix for lone wolf who are back in Venezuela to come? I can't put up about that anything, but
it isn't.
You Trump is saying we gotta refine the oil, we gotta hold the money, and then we gotta send money back to Venezuela. This is the same man who didn't pay the people that building the ballroom out in Washington D.C. He still owe people from Atlantic City. So his track record of paying workers is not a good one.
You want to go first, Ms. Moran?
No, man, I have that waiting for him to finish because I'm told there's another call waiting on.
Okay. Carla, let me answer.
Well, I don't. If you're waiting on the call, I'll just leave it at that for now, and I'll just continue with it. I thought the program wasn't going to be on today because I tuned in earlier and I was hearing music, so I said, well, maybe we're still having drinking activities. I wasn't sure.
No. You two. Then you tuned in before the starting time.
After I had my lunch.
Remember the start. You might be, but because of the difference in time, you were on too early. But I started exactly at 12:30, which is the starting time.
Okay. Well, since you're waiting for a call, and the phone is now.
No. I'm not waiting. I'm saying that I was told that line 1 is on, waiting for me. So, but you're welcome to call back. Let me just say what line 1 has to say.
And let me just.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Right. And calling real quick, as Ms. Moore pick up this call. As we said, the president's gonna meet with the top oil companies. Right, Ms. Moore? The top oil companies, Exxon, I think Chevron, and some others on Friday. I don't know the time, but they will start those discussions. As the caller said, yes, that the refinery, the strategic location is very valuable. We have all of these naval ships out there, these planes, all of these things need to get refueled.
You can have all the meeting you want. The one meeting you got to have first is with the woman.
Well, she got Rubio to talk to her. That's what he said. Yeah. That's all her.
Because
he done talk to her.
He could tell Chevron and wherever he want. He can't play. Yeah. None of them can go no place in it. If she tell them, hello, you can't come in.
But remember now, he done say we're getting 30 to 50 million. Who agreed with that? He didn't agree with that. Somebody had to say in Venezuela. Who you think said it? See, I don't say everything. Who you think said it? No, Miss Moorhead. So the caller, to your caller question, and I think this is what Ms. Moorhead and I was talking. I know you agree with this because you know this. Most people don't know. When it comes to the refinery, The Centurions have always voted yes. You know why? Because Main Street benefits from our people going over there to support them. They have suffered just as much. Main Street, at least. I ain't talking about the whole, but they.
The whole of St. Thomas benefits because
Of course, yes.
every single Centurion governor
Uh-huh.
took our taxes that they got from the refinery
And put it where?
right in St. Thomas. Well, that's why
That's a fact.
when exactly
It's
when
the truth.
Obenza
It's the
closed
truth.
down, Mr.
It's the
Brown
truth.
and listening audience.
I got a
When
document. It's true.
Obenza closed down, who are balling the most?
The Centurions,
Okay.
the jewelry stores,
Yeah,
the perfume stores,
everybody.
saying about no.
Balling. And one name was hello. What happened? How they got some transaction with Obenza and St. Thomas that they didn't tell we about.
Listen, this is a joke, folks. It's a joke. Don't take it. But the Centurions, when they come to this, they quiet. They got to understand, like, hey, we got the planes packed. The train over there from St. Croix. When the workers had their day off, I went with my friend over to St. Thomas, have a good time. They were living it big, you know. But people will tell you, no. Ain't this is the truth. The hotels were packed. Come on, let's get real. The Centurions benefited a lot from the refinery being up and
And
open.
when you ask the legislature, the people in power about the accounting of money, you know what they want to say? Oh, well, the territory
yeah.
held up by the tourism.
No way.
Is what supplies us. I had a Centurion elected official had enough to tell me, no, but the money that comes from the refinery, that's a different account. So, explain that.
Well,
to me.
yeah,
I
the
don't
general
understand
fund.
what it
Wait,
means. In a different account. Well, that is dealt with differently. I say, when I kept asking the same question, getting the
You
same
make me
answer,
laugh as
and
well.
I finally said, no,
Uh-huh.
then we done with this conversation. Because you could not.
Oh, geez. But it's true. When you got the real conversations, you really begin to understand is us and St. Croix, whether we really want that, if that possibility. But you're looking at all of these ships and planes, they need to get refuel and all. So,
want it. And
yes,
I
you
really
said
got
that.
a problem
You said that.
that Senator Noel Francis is not more aggressive, more with more advocacy for his plan that he described. That I think that the bill that I must admit I
Yes.
have not looked into it for the transshipment whole transshipment
But they're doing it.
situation.
But you know that
Yes.
was Miss Moore. You
Yes.
know that was that whole thing was my idea. They're doing it wrong.
Well,
Let me shut up because they're doing it. The
But-
law is
what-
good.
but
they're
I'm just saying though,
Uh-huh.
he made the law and blood him. He done.
But they say he might be running with Treganza Roach.
None he might be.
He is,
You ain't went parade.
and he's my boy, you know.
You
And
ain't
I
went
he
parade.
come to me yet, you know.
You
So
ain't went parade.
He
So
was up?
you ain't see the optics
the optics was there.
in the street.
Yeah,
Eh?
I gotta reach out. You got me going to reach out. That's my guy, and he didn't tell me he running. Wow, you see, that's not
Every
right.
place Roach walked.
That's not right,
He was
Francis.
2 steps behind.
Really?
Hello.
No, man, you do me wrong. That's my guy. That's a guy.
But all I am saying
No,
is,
man, he do
why
me
isn't he more forceful with this plan? We in the youth and I think to that because, like I said, I really never read the bill, so I don't know.
It's a great bill.
But I just saw, and I was supportive in the fact that I saw an alternative to this refinery situation. And I saw it as a good idea, transport.
It is.
It made sense.
It is.
So then why isn't he following up more on it?
I can't. Let me not. People want to say something, but I can't. I don't. Let me not say. Let me not say.
I'm sorry.
All I would say is that they're doing the transshipment thing wrong, and based on events, if it happened the way I think it will happen, I'm not going to say it's going to happen.
Mr. Brown,
People will see what happins.
then I'll give our next suggestion.
Okay. You give me a suggestion. You're not gonna listen because the last you take.
Whatever there is, because I said I never read the bill.
Yes.
I just
It's a great bill.
the concept
And
of
he
the
wrote it. I didn't
transaction.
write it. He's a great.
I am just simply saying,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Given the fact of the optics I saw there parading, set an appointment with the gentleman to point out the incorrect.
Yeah, they're
or
doing it wrong.
whatever is wrong,
They're doing it wrong.
to have a discussion to make that adjustment
The bill,
or to explain what needs to be changed.
right. The trade zone. The trade zone has three elements. The way I conceptualize it: local, which comes first, middle, and large. We already started with the local, like in the mix and stuff. That was the first company that came in, has been reported. The middle part is for, depending on the scale and the size, like AI. Everyone can figure out the large. I don't have to say it. Everybody's smart enough. How you minimize, how you navigate that depends on the mindset of the team that gets in power. It's not going to change the large. It doesn't matter. I can say this, I can say it. It don't matter which one of them win for me. The large is the large. Everybody can figure out the large. People are intelligent enough to know that for St. Croix. And what comes behind of that large is part of the benefit for us.
Well,
Because you have opportunities through the trade zone to slap on made in the Virgin Islands. And if it's made in the Virgin Islands and the legislation is very clear, even on the federal level, the potential economic is unbelievable.
Mr. Brown,
And I could say it like that. And I'll leave it at that.
given the history of what we just talked about,
Yes, Ms. Morehead.
as for the Centurions having more pain with the close of Obenza than we. Right now, listening to all the rumors, because nobody has been official yet,
Uh-huh.
okay? It is a list of majority Centurions
Yes.
on the number one position, vying for the number one position.
Yes.
And given, as I just said, they ball more than we when that place shut down.
Yes, Ms.
As far
Morehead.
as I concerned, their mission, objective is going to be the same as the present governor. And your friend, second place or not, he going to sit down and shut him out. And he going to leave that bill right there, so. Because he going to go along with what the Centurion, which is what all of them always do.
So you think if I tell Truganza Roach this is the way it's going to be, he ain't gonna listen?
Hello. All of them.
It's going to be the way I said it's gonna
all of
be.
them,
You know that.
Mr. Brown,
Uh-huh.
all of them, because they always thinking money.
Yes.
All of them going to try their best to see about reopening the refinery for the fast employment and the fast taxes. They don't give a damn about the cancer. They don't give a damn about the pollution. They don't give a damn about the aquifer that will continue to get polluted.
But as I said, but you know, Miss Marty, I mean, and you, when we, I know people may be like, wow, these people are talking. So, yeah, because as my wife said, we Virgin Islanders, and we're going to talk the way we're going to talk because that's how we talk. And we're not children. I already had said to you, and I said it on air, the 7 votes are they're locked in St. Thomas. And you just said it, not that I have to talk to any one of them, because you know how they Bogus, you think Bogus said, I ain't reach.
What thing? Yeah, that's a thing.
You think he gonna say yes, man?
Hello.
But he's a big environmental guy, you know.
What environmental? Please, Mr. Brown.
Oh Lord. Okay, why should I do this? Am I gonna do it? Tell me the reason you
He's
don't
the
believe.
one that make the bill that all we are not Fuji and fish. See? although he does brag when it's convenient
Uh-huh.
of his roots in St. Croix,
Yes.
but he don't remember we in St. Croix with the callaloo, the crab and rice, you know, that the St. Thomians can make, so that's why he could put it there.
They don't make good passion fruit and lemonade, Miss Moorhead.
Attacking food.
Food. Yeah, it's true. Listen, they make good drink. Food is a crucial thing.
But what is
Wow.
unique about fish and fungi? You go to the mainland, you got fish, you won't call it fungi, but they got it what they call it, that grits or whatever
Yeah.
they can, and it could be substitute. So we didn't do anything unique by saying our thing is
Listen.
fish and fungi.
Crucial woman that take cooking food is serious, you know. You get listen. I said so. Been play. I make joke and people look like, yeah. I just joking. I from here. No, you know, no, they like cooking food for Crucian people is serious business. If you put a Crucian and others to cook, they running you.
As far as
They
I'm
like,
concerned, they
Mm-mm.
need to get both kids out of there.
Because you
Food-
don't put
Yeah,
a
Lord,
veggie.
he going come for the fetching dessert next.
But you want tart of Vienna cake.
Wow.
You want it, but they got other things too, you know. People say Norman Brown.
We
They got
are
other
red
things.
brown.
I know that.
And they said to me, I don't have no idea what that is.
Red brown tea is good. Yes, it's true. Oh Lord,
And
it's
when
true.
they look to bring it, they bring in, what is that?
You ain't gonna put tamarinds too?
They does thing what is that thing name?
What about tamarinds too? You go with
Some kind
tamarinds
of
too?
pudding, I forget rice pudding.
Right, put it.
They take rice pudding,
Uh-huh.
they put some coloring in it,
Yeah,
and then they pour milk over it and call it red brown.
yeah.
But people, I ain't agree with that, so don't call me to cut me out. Good afternoon and welcome.
I call him to Adam Amafi.
Okay.
My fair. You must be asking to me, you call him my fee. You hear the
But you
word?
need to ask him if he's a
My fee.
but ask him if he's a St. Tommy and you got
I ain't got.
you don't know. Oh, geez.
I know he ain't a crucial.
Dr. Bro,
Yes, sir.
I would like to ask you,
Yes.
now, should we get the refinery back up and running, right?
Yes.
Now, when they just passed the law
Yes.
where the drum cover over went from 1050 to a permanent 1325.
Correct.
Now, would that mean that all refined goods, should the refinery open, will we be able to receive excise tax?
Go ahead, Colin. Sorry, I read a little hard because it's amazing how quickly our people could catch on to a lot of things without saying things, and I didn't say anything. But go ahead.
Yeah, and the other thing is, the former WAPA employee, WAPA had an agreement for a special rate to receive, well, I guess now most of the fuel, since WAPA is mostly LPG,
Yes.
but they still have diesel units. So I don't know what that would mean for the authority.
Mhm.
Another thing is, I was told by someone, I don't know how true this is,
Yes.
but the $700 million that was promised to build a new power plant and St. Croix,
600 million.
that was extolled in the big beautiful bill. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, so let me answer your first question. As Ms. Moore and I have had conversations, I'm for the reopening of the refinery. I've said so over the many years, with more control of the refinery, with more of hopefully our people as managers and just not the workers only. Nothing wrong with being the workers, but and having ownership in whatever way over the next several decades, if not centuries to come. So that's your first answer. The second answer about the gasoline excise tax, I think I'd mentioned before that in the historical documents, when Puerto Rico started fighting for, excuse me, for the gasoline excise tax, we went ahead and joined with the Puerto Ricans, and we lost in court. And Congress was at that time willing to work with us. They even encouraged us not to go to court, that the rum definitely was in the federal legislation, but not anything dealing with gasoline excise tax. When we lost in court, that was the end of that. All I would say is that things are being discussed, and I'll leave it at that, right? In regards to WAPA, I'm not totally sure that there's discussions about the South Shore. I think there was a discussion with PFA in reference to getting some new power plants.
No,
And
what he's referring to, sorry to interrupt you,
no, go ahead.
is that the FEMA, it
Uh-huh.
was FEMA that agreed or made some statement that we would get 600, they
The
had
600 million.
600 million in order to replace
Right.
Richmond thing. Because remember, you have this thing
The
where,
Richmond facility, correct?
yes, that if the damage is more than 50%, then it comes with FEMA to replacement,
Right.
not repair.
Right. And so, and all of that, I guess, we get greater clarity to the Office of Disaster Recovery, because we have access now to $24 billion.
Yeah.
And again, how that turns out with
But
with
I
WAPA,
don't
We'll see.
know that was any part of the big ugly bill.
no, the legislation. I'll have to look
that-
into
that-
that.
What
I'll have to
might
look
be
into
the jeopardy is because of the breaking up or the dismantling or whatever
Yeah,
of
that's-
FEMA itself.
Yeah, and Carla, let me say this: we get access to $24 billion for a territory of maybe less than 80,000 people, resident-wise, and 133 square miles. Access to 24 billion, and we have X amount of years to do that. That takes care of a lot of our problems with good governance, as Ms. Moorhead said. Our streets should be paved in gold.
And that is why it is
That's a fact.
important that we are serious in our honesty when we speak of the aspirants or candidates that want to be coming out.
Right. We have to have people that care about the people of the Virgin Islands, and especially as we talk about potentials, especially those who care about St. Croix. You live on St. Croix, you gotta care about St. Croix.
Exactly.
You live on St. Thomas, you gotta care about the St. Thomas St. John district. We are one. As Moorhead has some legitimate points, but the way we structured it, the way the legislature is structured, we don't have a bicameral body. We have a unicameral body, and we have 15 people that have to say yes, 8 of them, and then if there's a veto, 10. So we're gonna have a lot of money flowing in this place, and we already have seen what have happened with our people when they see all this money. Some of them already losing their minds, and that slows down the process. You don't have to do some of the things these folks are doing because all this money, it doesn't help the Virgin Islands. It just puts us on a red flag and makes it more difficult to get the money. Did I answer your questions, Carla?
Well, in light of the fact with what's going on with Greenland,
Okay, yes, I know.
possibility, well, that the refinery at St. Croix, so they're going to leave St. Croix. Is it possible that some will trade St. Thomas St. John for Greenland?
I don't know when, I don't know.
That don't make sense. That
Go ahead,
don't
what do you
make
think?
No, because let's make sure.
Yes, that's what-
the history. It is our location that
That
makes
is-
us important,
Correct.
and it's just as
Yeah.
important as we. So they would not be look. And when you talk location, you can't separate. Like it's a text in Thomas and St. John.
Right.
No, it's as y'all are saying, one Virgin Island.
And Carla,
But Ms. Moorhead, remember, don't forget Puerto Rico.
yeah, but Carla, I know you were going to say that, right? When you get a moment, right? Go on the map, right? And when you go on the map, draw a straight line from Greenland to Venezuela and see who's in the middle.
Okay, gonna do that. I have to.
Who's in the middle?
I have two cousins, David, they born in Copenhagen.
Uh-huh.
My aunt, she was living in England in the 50s, married a Danish doctor, and I have two cousins from Copenhagen. My cousin Richard, she's still there. So
They crying. They cry, Carla. I could tell you what they're doing. They're crying. They're physically crying, like tears, like real tears. They're terrified. I could tell you that.
I have to let you go because I have the other line ringing.
Yeah, that person ringing. But go ahead, you see. Go ahead. Thank you, Carla. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Thanks for holding.
Hey, how are you? Good man. How are you? Good afternoon. I was waiting to hear from you.
Well, I come in, you know, it's funny. Let me just say Happy New Year
To you.
all. And Feliz Dias de las Tres Reyes. Happy Trigenze.
Yes.
This morning, when I got up, I said to myself, because of what I've been hearing about, of course, Venezuela, Cuba, Nigeria, and Greenland, I said that I was hoping that you would be on today to talk about this Greenland situation. Because as I recall, you had mentioned that whatever happens with Greenland, now the president is saying take it over. He's a take over man. He like to take people things. Rubio, the Secretary of State, is saying America is going to buy it.
Yes.
I don't know how much more debt America is going to, trillions of dollars of debt. So I would like to hear from you with regards to that.
Which one? If you mean the wealth aspect of Greenland?
But then you missed.
Yeah,
We went
Greenland.
through the whole of that in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, everybody calling at the end. They want to.
We,
I don't want to go through the whole thing.
well, check the Facebook page.
All I could say with
Okay.
all I could say with Greenland, and that's one of the reasons why the Danes are so adamant of not giving up. Greenland is worth trillions.
Right.
Greenland pays for itself and then some in regards to oil, gas, minerals, rare earths, and all the other stuff. If you go on the map to the other column, if you go down the map, if you don't believe me, folks, take a look. You run a straight line from Greenland to Venezuela, and you will hit St. Croix.
Right, exactly.
So I just said trillions. So
Right.
that's it from the economic standpoint. From the national security standpoint, which the president has talked about, and then the climate change and all of those things, he looks at Greenland and say that the Russians, the Chinese, and others, they're sailing their ships up there, and they can launch
Right.
missiles, hypersonic missiles, atomic ballistic missiles from Greenland territory into the United States, which he's not going to allow the Europeans and NATO to provide that level of security. He wants the United States leadership and the United States military to provide that leadership only, not the Europeans
Right.
in any shape or form.
Okay. But let me ask you something, and that's why then I said, and I will go to the Facebook page and try to get the other information. But you as a Republican that's close to the administration,
Go ahead. Everybody believes that. So go ahead. I can't get. Go ahead. Yes. Go
okay,
ahead.
don't you think that America, through the leadership or non-leadership of Trump, is spreading itself to sin? I mean, how much wars are they going to fight? How many fires are they going to put out? And the cost. I mean, I didn't know until Trump said unless he's lying to his teeth, as he always does, his hundreds of planes, he had it there.
Yes.
I mean, you know what it costs to have a fighter jet in there,
Yes.
a nuclear submarine floating? We're talking tons of money.
So, well,
I know that this gentleman never even been in the Gulf South,
well,
so he probably don't know nothing about war strategy.
but what's the point you're making? We all know the man don't care about his money.
So, and so that we should go sleep with that.
That's what he been doing.
The
I didn't say that. I could do it in Jesus Christ's name. I'm saying, should we go sleep on that? Wait till it's time to fight our back.
We talked about that.
Yeah, and the Congress been sleep on that, so what's the, you know,
I think-
that thing went in.
Not me and Miss Barbara. But
Let me just say something quickly.
yes,
Because I heard when Greg called in and asked you, but I didn't hear your answer with regards to the 600 million, and he said
Yes.
700, and Peggy correctly corrected him.
yes.
That was all from the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, okay.
What you know that?
I like I said to Mr. Grant, I'm not sure about that. I would have to go and research it. I'm not sure what he's talking about. All I know is what had been PFA has said and what the FEMA folks have said, and we're gonna move the WAPA stay here, which I can't talk about St. Thomas, but there's so much going on. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Let me tell you guys, I know about this.
Okay.
I was one that has been pushing for the $600 million for new power plants and
Yes.
so sure. So when the CEO for WAPA, Carl Knight, was
Yes, sir.
on Chucky Daughter's show about 2 or 3 Saturdays ago,
Yes,
and in a laughing kind of, everything seems to be a goddamn laughing situation. This thing is so serious.
yes.
I came him down, and I asked him pointedly, what about the $600 million? He said, it's out of consideration. He said it, not
Okay.
me. I know it's out. So
Okay.
you said, and I believe you will do some further research on it, and I know you'll come up with exactly what it is. But that would be sad. It's very sad.
But it's not out because of the congressional bill. It's out because of the uncertainty of FEMA.
No. You say that, and that's so.
Okay.
But I will leave it with what you say. That you
No,
gotta be right.
No, but
My God, that's it.
no, but Carla,
My God.
okay. So thank you, Carla. I think that again, the folks are listening. I'm certain that Mr. Knight, as this issue now is coming up, will address it. I don't know. I have heard that's all I'm really hearing, that they're gonna move it, and I've stayed away from that issue because WAPA has been talked about for so many decades, and I know the history behind a WAPA and how it was. WAPA was never, folks, never meant for heavy industrial, even the commercial usage, and you've talked about with the in education and the power and all of this. It was never designed for that. So if we're talking about AI and all of these data centers and stuff like that, that's not going to happen with WAPA. That I know. That's just not going to happen. You have to have a better energy source than WAPA. Now, if they're getting new plants and using renewables and all the things that they were saying, and they can handle that without these drops that we have in every day mashing up people's stuff, then that may be different. But I just don't see that. But so much is changing with FEMA. As the gentleman said to Mr. Knight, will have to explain these things to the people in a simple and honest way.
Common sense.
Mhm.
That I don't see how the big beautiful bill, or the big ugly bill, whichever you want to call it,
Okay.
would in any way have to do with the 600 million. What you want to tell me? That there's something in that bill that said, take the 600 million that was promised for Virgin Island energy plant and direct it. So there's no such language that would be in the bill.
And to
See? But the language that might be is something to do with FEMA.
yes, I understand.
just
You're just
like they-
explaining.
Just like they're also concerned that the monies that are guaranteed for the rebuilding of schools through FEMA is also not necessarily certain anymore.
Right.
Because the whole
Nothing
thing
is
is,
certain.
Trump is trying to, as he said, get rid of FEMA or change it.
Yeah, and it's a wake-up call for the Virgin Islands. Spend the money, do what you need to do, or it's coming back. You got this is not a joke. Spend the money, do what we gotta do, and it's coming back. You do what you gotta do, the money is not gonna be an issue.
Before the time went out,
Yes, Ms. Mohan.
going back to election,
Yes.
I want to read something.
And then I will leave.
As you can see, you're leaving before 4:30. You're sitting right there till the program done. From Trial and Triumphs by Mr. Earl B. Atley.
Yes.
For those of you listening who can access a copy, it's on page 397. Take note. 397. That is referring, and let me just read it. Okay.
Yeah, you should do that because people say, oh, you know, people. Some people are here.
In the past 10 years, and this is a quote, if the legislature took a stand, the government would oppose it automatically and vice versa, as we said. The ultimate losers from not having a close working relationship between the two branches are the people, he added.
Okay.
Suggesting things might have been different had he decided in 1970 to run for governor. But that is not Atley's only regret, because in other way, they point out, he, in the end, regretted that he didn't do that run for governor. Referring to the takeover of the Democratic Party by the Unity Party in the 1960s,
correct,
Atley said flatly, quote, by hindsight, that was a mistake.
Meaning the Unity Party post took over?
Taking over the Democratic Party. And the quote continues, it was the beginning of the end of the two-party system in the Virgin Islands. We've never recovered from it, and it will take a long time before we do recover.
And we haven't recovered.
Okay. I'm glad you're pointing that out.
We have not.
To make matters worse, there is not even one strong party now, conceded Atley, who in recent years has described the Democratic Party as many little groups revolving around the ambitions of individual politicians who use the party label. Let me read that again for them good for nothing party, Democratic people who want to swear they got a party. Because this is a man, if anything,
but what he's saying
who created in recent years, the Democratic Party is many little groups are revolving around the ambitions of individual politicians who use the party label. But his biggest regret, he said, as we're talking about his regrets, one was he didn't run for governor in 1970.
Mm-hmm.
The second was that he destroyed the two-party system by the Unity taking over the Democrats. But he said the biggest regret was a failure to lead the fight for greater self-government.
There you go. And we all in that with team. Yeah.
And he quote, we were very militant and hell-bent in fighting in the 1950s.
Yes.
To get increased political rights.
Yes.
From recalcitrant federal officials.
Yeah, we were moving away, independence.
But after the 1960s,
when we get all the federal dollars,
we simply went into a period of complacency and accepted a lot of bullshit from Washington. We accepted whatever they handed us. We just didn't fight aggressively to get the kind of self-government status we're fighting for now. And even now, we're not fighting hard enough.
And what year was that?
Eh?
What year was that in the book, you know?
What?
If you go to the front, the year he wrote that book, do you know?
The year that he wrote the book.
Just so people can understand. Maybe it's on this page, about 1972, 3? We have 1 minute, caller. Just if you. That's an old book.
Yeah, but he wrote it.
I'll probably find it when you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the name of the? Well, you go ahead, Miss Moore. Let me look at. What's the name of the book? True Trials and Triumphs.
Trials and Triumphs.
I'll find it here.
I thought. Oh, 1982.
Wow.
Copyright. 1982.
And that now comes back to haunt the people of the territory, because and I'll show you, and people will say, people believe I know people and their ministry. People will believe the way I talk. I know people believe whatever. I have my friends, and I'll leave it at that. I have my friends. There are hardly any people in the Virgin Islands that have the resources and the connections to talk to those people in Washington and the Republican Party. You come and you think you're Democrats in the Virgin Islands. You don't sit in the rooms. You're not going to sit in the rooms. You're not going to say anything. You're not in the rooms. And there are very few of us. You say, see your face, but I'm speaking the truth. You don't have any power.
I agree.
You don't have any say in any of this. You will not have a say. You could have all of Tati, and I'm not being mean or cruel to anybody. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, because like the
That's what
man
he said.
we don't have a party.
We don't have a party.
Yeah.
We have people like me and others that, well, we do what we want.
Yeah.
But that's not the way it's supposed to work. You're supposed to have leaders who can jump on a plane, go to Washington, and advocate for us. They can't do that.
No.
That's what he's talking about.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Oh, yeah. Again, no time right now, but I only want 2 minutes to say something since I heard you talking about Lartley's book. You know, a lot of us say things and go on as if we know everything and nobody else knows. But nobody knows. So a lot of people don't know how close Paul B. Archie and I was. Even though we are far removed in our politics, he a dominant Democrat, I a dominant ICM.
Okay.
And I say that to say, because Paul and I used to spend a lot of time together. And when one time we were out for breakfast and this Puerto Rican fellow, Tito Morales, who thought he was such a big shot in the government and the Democratic Party, never even made over $30,000. I've been making much more money than that. But just to show you, we would think we're thing, but we're not doing nothing. He went and asked Paul Archie what he's doing with me if he don't know that I'm an ICMer. Paul Solomon Father is Puerto Rican tail to the kid. Okay? Now, likewise, and I was mentioned before, and I just mentioned him because we're all my spirit, not because I can do better, because I've done better.
Yes.
Something out of the government. Okay? When Farrelly decided he got elected, and before he even got sworn in, he decided he got to get me out of the house after I executive directorship. Paul B. Artley called me and told me he tried to get Farrelly not to do that, but Farrelly don't want to listen to him. I said, oh, whatever he do, he do. I know I live, and I'm not going to Alexander Farrelly of no motion backside for no job. None. Okay? So when Farrelly called me and telling me, you're telling me that they buy them, the lieutenant them say is ICM, I say it's the war for that. Really, with me, they just find that out. And you shouldn't be in a big job. Well, so I shouldn't be in it. So he told me that you have to fight, you can't fire me.
Right.
He's supposed to be a killed attorney, you should know you had to go through the board. So what he did, I put him where he had to go, and he asked the board to ask my right, and they did. And they gave me until March. This was in January. I left immediately. Tell me. Anyway, I just have to get on the rest of it. A lot of people, my mother told me, people who don't know you, but call you, who knows you, call you by your name. Thank you.
I hear that.
All right, you're welcome.
You know, and that's what I'm talking about. And you know, I have Dr. things from the record because in members of Congress spoke about Mr. Otley, and they were looking for him at one time. They came down here to look for him, and and people don't realize we were in the Virgin Islands, according to the historical documents, in the 1940s, the late 40s, and the 50s. We were one of the first before all the other islands and everything. I'm talking about independence. And when we got serious and actually were saying, we're going to go to the UN, we're done with this, we're not giving the rights to the US government, they said it, it's in their records, they flooded the territory with all the benefits that we now have, and the people stayed quiet. And Mr. Otley saw that, that now, I guess he saw in the 80s, that how destructive that was not to have made that move from being a colony. Because you're at the whim, as we saw with SNAP and all of these other benefits that we may see at the end of the month, you're at the whim of other people that you don't have a say over your own destiny. And we're one of the few people on the planet that are in that situation. And you're telling me, based on the current realities as we see it today, not what we want to see 1980, 90, whatever, today, where our government is moving in a way to many that is very scary to them, we should remain or write in our Constitution, recognize American sovereignty, the supremacy of the Constitution and its treaties. And its treaties, when I just said to everyone, in the 20s and 30s, the members of Congress in the House and the Senate, they said they should really get rid of that treaty that governs us.
We have become a people who don't want to fight for anything.
Then you become a victim.
Okay? Which is what, and that is why I wanted to read this from Earl Otley, because
a political victim. Let me be more specific.
As he said, his biggest regret was a failure to lead the fight at the time that he had the opportunity for greater self-government. And now we come to the point where people don't want to fight at all.
And then you get hurt.
And that is why we're going to have a document that just lays it down that yes, you are in charge and we are.
And that's going to work now? This isn't December or November of last year, no. This is now.
Yeah.
You think any of those delegates can say that? They could say it, but you think an intelligent people, when you go post office, when you go to restaurants, everybody talking about the Virgin Islands and Greenland and these things, you think you could sell that to the children and the people to be a colony is good in a document, and we vote for that?
As long as you have not educated them with their history, you can. And now you're beginning to see where it all fitting in.
Of course.
With the fight.
It's always going to be the history. Because when you think you have power and you run into real power and you don't have power, you're not at the table. The Democrats, and I go to all the Democrats, my wife is a Democrat. I'm being a black Republican in the Virgin Islands, and I guess from small, but not being registered and then going away and then becoming registered and coming back. It's hard. I take my lumps and I don't complain. And when we're not in power as Republicans and the Democrats, when they win and they have their trifecta with the House and Senate, I don't say nothing. And people come to me and throw stones and all that. I say, well, I live here, Remember our good friend Senator BLA was here and he started talking about Republicans. I said, don't do that with me. I worry about the Virgin Islands. Don't bring up nothing about up there. I live here. I look out for here. And he said, yes, I worry about the Virgin Islands. So they don't have, right now, even if you listen and people trying to act like they don't have any power, whether here or even in the mainland, they do not.
Because they have no party, they have no principles, they have no policies, they have nothing. As described by the man who created them, helped to create the Democratic Party. Okay, and I repeat again for those of you who can access it, page 397, as the man said, described the Democratic Party as many little groups revolving around the ambitions of individual politicians who use the party label. And to prove it, ask the present Albert Bryan Junior. What the party San Pacifico tell you?
You'll be doing a terrible job. That's why I'm not involved in the, listen, that's why I'm not involved. When I came down, Ms. Moore, and you speak, Mr. Anthony speak, I learned how to be a Republican in Colorado. When I came here and I got involved in the party system here, and I'm not judging it because I came into it, it existed before me. I was like, this is not what I know. This is not what I'm familiar. I even took positions, and everybody knows this. I took positions where people who jump and switch, I say, you can't solve with me. When I was branch president, I think people remember, I said, no, what are you doing? You want to be a Democrat? That's fine. But you're not going to serve under me as a Republican and say you're a Democrat under my leadership. No way, people. That's not how it works. And people got vexed with me. I said, well, these people, I said, I don't care. You're in a political party. You're not in your own group. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And I saw this in fighting and people going, I said, no, man, no. I introduced people here to people they never had access to. And I always say to people, always, if there's one person that I could say, well, two, but even higher, that had clout in the Republican Party that I saw with my eyes was first Liliana, not Holland. Liliana had more rank than Holland Redfield, and Holland had power. Everybody, and I ain't talking about Holland, I'm talking about in the party. I see Liliana meet with people that I know, and they're like, Liliana! I was like, oh, wow. Liliana was she's the real deal within that party at the time. She was that high ranking. And Holland was national committee man. And what Liliana really wanted for, Liliana is the one who got a lot of stuff and people don't know. I'm speaking the truth. No disrespect to Holland. He's not here to be. I'm not speaking bad about it. I'm telling you the truth. There's people that I introduced to Herb. There are people I introduced to Holland. So I don't know how we do things here.
What has Liliana done with all that contact and she had?
But to be honest, it's exactly what Mr. Atley said. You can get in a position of powership, but if you don't have a team mentality, then you're gonna fall apart. This is what I told many of them when John was there and everybody telling me, John gonna go to jail, you gonna go to jail. I said, go to jail what? All of you talking about John Canigata, he's trying to raise funds for the party and do things. And then now we got, and let me say, now we got somebody where they don't even have meetings. I ain't gonna call them name. People know when's the last time they had a meeting. The same thing they criticize John for. They ain't got no meetings going on. They ain't not. This is me. Come on, let's get real. John is here. John is there. But that's on a serious note. Before we go, they got to get a document out, Miss Moorhead. Other just like Jeannie Weber said, just like everybody in the VI talking about the Greenland and VI issue. That's what they're supposed to be doing with the Constitution. You cannot win and get people involved if you drag it out too long. There's a dangerous pattern that because other events overcome what you're doing.
This is what has happened. Because they went past the deadline, now they're right in the middle of the whole Greenland business. And if anything, I have my doubts as to the success. Even if the document has the right language at this because they drag it out to this situation.
Right. And even if people need to realize, even if it's 3 votes for and 2 votes against, and we are saying the 3 votes win, that don't mean that's gonna be approved.
Good afternoon, welcome. We got maybe 2 seconds or so.
Linda Free Station.
Excuse me?
Is this Linda Free Radio Station?
No, not the FM. You have to call the FM. This is the AM.
Well, I want you to let people know that there's a lawyer out here because ain't everybody got money to pay for a lawyer. But I got attorney right now for the 2026. I taking any case for the minimum of $10,000.
Okay.
I don't care if they kill somebody. I don't give a fuck what they in jail for.
I got to think you up because you're getting bad language.
So listeners,
I don't know apologies for the folks of the language that came out.
So Carl, listeners, things gonna move fast. I think I saw that with Greenland that the administration may try to make some moves by July 4th of this year. I think the caller just mentioned, Mr. Rubio, I saw that, got some information and I read it. So I guess it's true now. that Mr. Rubio has officially gone to Congress, to members in some capacity, and said that they would like to purchase Greenland from Denmark. If they're doing that again, that ties into our treaty. I know you have said these things. People need to understand our citizenship. All of that is up for discussion. Don't think it's not.
And
Everything is
well,
up to discussion right about now,
but we
right?
still got the misleaders, the misinformers who talk about we Americans. Eh? We Americans. So,
What is that?
yeah, well,
I don't know what that
all it is just confusing people.
Well, are we a colony or not? Are we unincorporated or not? And if you're unincorporated, how can you fully, do you have all the rights and privileges as everyone else? Will you gain the rights and privileges? Are you going to give up those rights and privileges while others possibly in Greenland get all the rights before you, who've been under the flag for almost 109 years? We got to think about what we're doing, Ms. Moore.
Well, Mr. Brown, I want you to just.
And I'll send the thing to the governor. I know you're going to go with it.
No, before you do that, just take a minute and put everything in a nice little package for me.
For the end?
Yes.
Okay. Happy New Year, like I said to everybody. I supposed to slow down, I said, but I always feel it's important to come and inform the Virgin Islands. There's a lot of things I cannot say and I will not say, but there are other things that are vitally important that our people need to know and see. I've been talking about this Greenland thing for almost 2 years. A lot of folks I know didn't believe me, but I think everybody believes me now. Because I said exactly what was going to happen, and it happened, and it started with Miss Moorhead, and it's happening all around the world. We're being talked about every second, every day. Even Miss Burnett, Erin Burnett, last night, CNN, said that, it's fascinating. Many of us don't really know much about the Virgin Islands like that and its connection. And that's Erin Burnett, who's watched by millions. So this is the reality that we're faced with. And now we're going to see who has power, who has the ability to speak. We are a people. We are a predominantly Black community. And just like them, these are our islands.
And of course, we're hoping that Mr. Brown is right. And before the week is over,
they have to,
we'll hear a statement from the delegate
and the governor
concerning this situation.
Yes, and the governor with our safety and security. That's their job.
So,
that's their job.
Stay tuned.
Thank you.
See you next week. Thank you, folks. Have a great week.